Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ocean Innovators Platform during this Monaco Ocean Week. We're going to start shortly. Can I invite you all to please start moving into the room and take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin very shortly. Would you all please come into the main room and take your seats so we can get the Ocean Innovators Platform underway. Après, Ladies and gentlemen, would you please move into the room? We're about to begin. Thank you very much. D'accord. OK, après, voilà, donc juste quelle est la... And if you would please head into the main room so we can begin, we would greatly appreciate it.
SDG 14, life under water, is currently the least funded, yet the welfare is probably the most fertile area.
In the event today. And for all of you investors out there, you can recognize those innovators during the networking moments because they have a blue line at the bottom of their badge. So be sure to look out for that. We have a lot of great content for you coming up, particularly this morning, where we're going to be focusing on fighting the big problem of plastic pollution. Coming up, we will have an in-depth panel on just how to close the tap on plastic pollution for a cleaner future. We'll also get an exclusive interview with Emmanuel Ladon, who is the CEO of a company that is a real pioneer in plastic recycling, Carbios. But first, we're going to get started with some words of welcome from the organizer of the Ocean Innovators Platform. Please welcome the CEO of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, Olivier Venden.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure welcoming you for this 6th edition of the Ocean Innovators Platform, already 6th edition. I'm very blessed that we managed to move forward so quickly thanks to your support. And thanks also to Barclays Private Bank also for being a very strong sponsor and partner since day one. You believed in that idea, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Gerald. You will say a few words in a couple of seconds, I promise. Thank you to our co-host as well, 1000 Ocean Startup Alliance, and to our long-time partners that Ginny just mentioned. I will mention them again. Builders Vision, Unaterra, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, Solar Impulse, and Climate Impact. With you guys, we are going a step further every year. And I'm absolutely pleased about the growth and the internalization of the Ocean Innovators Platform, because this gathering not only takes place during the Monaco Ocean Week, where it was born, but it's going worldwide. We are now a partner of the UN Climate Week in New York. We were at the Climate COPs in the past years. We will be at Davos next year, and many more to come. I'm also glad about the results of this platform, because that was the entire purpose when we launched a platform, is to bring together CEOs, founders, bankers, philanthropists, investment funds, pension funds, to make deals. And from what I hear, from what I heard over the past 2 days, some great deals have been taking place during the Ocean Innovators Platform. So that's another box that we can tick thanks to you. Why did we launch the Ocean Innovators Platform? To make these deals, but also because we were humble enough to understand that philanthropy, which is our core business, 18 years in the philanthropic world, is clearly not enough to address the triple crisis that we face on climate, on pollution, and on biodiversity loss. And if you want to meet the very ambitious targets that were set with the 30 by 30 agreement, protecting 30% of land and seas by 2030, which is tomorrow, and nothing has clearly started, if we want to implement the high seas agreements, philanthropy is not enough. And we need you. We need the private sector. We need the industry. We need to be changing the system. We need to reflect on new production, new transport, new customers. habits, and we need the private sector to achieve that. We all know that the ocean, well, at least in this room, we know that the ocean plays a key role in climate regulation, that 97% of the world's biodiversity is in the ocean. We know that the carbon emission, 25% of them is not something aside the real economy. It's part of it. It's the root of it, and we need to push forward. I guess you already know that blue economy represents roughly 3% of the global GDP of the planet. Small, but fast-growing economy, as I said. So we need to foster innovation to accelerate and scale up this transition. And I usually say, and I would like to stress that today in front of you, we cannot wait for the perfect solution to be deployed, simply because we don't have time for that, simply because there is no silver bullet. So our position is to be very pragmatic. We need to try solutions. We need to assess the results. We need to be humble enough and transparent enough on these results. If it works, fine. Let's repeat. Let's duplicate it. If it fails, let's be humble enough and say, we failed, and avoid making the same mistakes again. So to do that, we need to build strong KPIs to assess the results. We need to be transparent on these results, and we need to build coalition. And this is the spirit of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, and this is clearly the spirit behind the Ocean Innovators Platform. I think that talents are today available. I think that funds can be mobilized, and again, you are this living.
Merci, Olivier. It's always inspiring to be a partner of the foundation and partner of the Monaco Ocean Week, as you said, since day one. Thank you very much for that. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct pleasure to provide a welcome from Barclays for today's Ocean Innovators Platform. Our oceans, vast and awe-inspiring, are not merely bodies of water. They are the lifeblood of our planet. They help to regulate climate, nurture biodiversity, and provide sustenance for countless communities around the globe. The health of our oceans is naturally linked to the prosperity of our planet, making their preservation not just an environmental imperative, but a fundamental necessity. As Barclays CEO here in Monaco and head of Europe and Middle East, I stand before you with a deep sense of belief about the transformative impact we can collectively achieve. We recognize that for many clients, their family and its longevity are their most important asset. In Monaco, as we speak to the next generation of clients, both new residents and younger members of established families, we are responding to the demand from these leaders of tomorrow for their family wealth to be invested sustainably. For the investors here, know that your capital has an impact on the world. So when you invest for tomorrow, think also about the influence you'd like your investment to have. For the entrepreneurs here this morning, know that your innovations provide us hope and excitement. Despite the scale of the challenges our oceans face can make us feel powerless. Bringing you and the wider ocean community together at the Ocean Innovators Platforms provides a unique opportunity to be at the frontier of a sustainable blue economy, where entrepreneurship, innovation, and investment converge for both economic growth and environmental stewardship. Which is why, actually, Barclays Private Bank is very proud to support this exceptional initiative for the 4th year. Our commitment goes beyond financial support. It is a commitment to foster a sense of responsibility among our clients, encouraging and enabling them to invest to protect and grow their wealth and have a positive impact on the world. This commitment extends to our Barclays Group level too. For example, as members of the Sustainable Markets Initiative, we supported the launch of a guide called Financing Coastal Nature-Based Solutions, produced in collaboration with organizations like Pollination, who have kindly joined us today, I believe. To share some of its insights, the guide provides practical information on building institutional capacity and understanding of coastal nature-based solutions. To close, as you navigate today, look for the vast potential that lies beneath initial connections, enlightening panel discussions, and inspiring entrepreneurs. I encourage you, just as we do with the oceans, to see deeper below the surface to the power and opportunity we are collectively to shape more sustainable and healthier oceans. With that, thank you for your presence, your commitment, and your shared vision for a world where oceans thrive. Thank you very much.
Gérald Mathieu, merci beaucoup. Thank you again for the continuing support of Barclays Private Bank Monaco. Our focus this morning, as I was mentioning earlier, is on how best to deal with plastic waste prevention and management. We're going to dive right into that topic now with our first panel that will focus on closing the tap of plastic pollution for a cleaner future. This panel is going to be moderated by Michelle Lee, the founder of Clever Carbon. Michelle, please join me on stage along with your panelists. Billy McCall, CEO of Kintra Fibers. Luca Zerbini, CEO Unaterra. Dr. Teba Hatimi, co-founder Baustaka. Fabio Del Monte, CEO Seeds, and Kim Raggert, Professor Plastic Circularity, University of Maastricht. Welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here to moderate the first conversation on plastic pollution. I think no one here denies that we have a plastic problem. And what we're going to focus on today is how do we tackle this upstream to prevent plastic from actually entering the oceans? And our panel brings together perspectives from an investor, an expert, as well as 3 innovators. So I'm excited for you to meet all of our speakers, and we'll start with some brief introductions. I'm going to start with Luca Zerbini, founding partner and CEO of Unaterra, coming to us from Switzerland, providing the perspective of an investor.
Yeah, hi. So thank you so much, first of all, and merci beaucoup for being here to the foundation. So Unaterra is a 200 million fund, Luxembourg-based, headquartered in Switzerland, focused entirely on the 3 crises that Olivier was mentioning before, so climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. We have 2 very clear KPIs around CO2 emission and plastic waste that we track at the company and fund level. And we are entirely focused on circular economy, so solution that can really drive across packaging, waste, food, agri-tech, fashion, etc. Accelerated solution across these spaces so that we can all face together this crisis.
Amazing. Next, we have Kim Raggert from Maastricht University, professor of plastic circularity. She comes to us from the Netherlands. Kim.
Thank you. I'm Kim Raggert. I have a research group at Maastricht University in plastic circularity. We do a lot of technical work, which is recycling oriented or redesign for circularity oriented. But my personal hobby is also the systemic view. How do we get all these technologies implemented? How does it all fit together? And how do we make it happen around the world? And I'm here today to join this panel, but also at Ocean Week as a member of the Impact Fund of the ReOcean Fund.
Wonderful. Next, we have Dr. Teba Hatimi, who leads Baustaka. She comes to us from Mombasa County in Kenya, providing the perspective of an innovator.
Thank you for having me here. So I am a dentist and social entrepreneur. Back in COVID, during COVID time, I almost got involved in an accident with 3 other vehicles because somebody dumped waste illegally on the road. And that actually pushed me to be the change I want to see. And I ventured and became the co-founder of Baustaka Enterprise, which is a tech-integrated waste management enterprise. Thank you.
Wonderful. Next, we have Fabio Del Monte, founder of Seeds, Sea Defense Solutions, coming to us from Italy. Fabio.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And Seeds is an Italian company that is working for developing solutions for stopping plastic waste in rivers before they get to the ocean. We don't focus just on collecting the plastic, but also making sure that what we collect is recycled and is like we are going to produce value out of it in order to make all the system economically, financially sustainable. Thank you.
It's really important. We need to have a systemic vision on all of this. In many, many cases, the technical solution is not the solution. It's not enough. A lot of our challenges are social, are political in nature, or otherwise logistical. So a small example, if we get clean water to the world, tap water, we no longer need water sachets in large parts of Africa and Southeast Asia. And water sachets are a very large part of the plastic waste problem in these regions. So by fixing a not direct...
is definitely a place that we need to look at. There's the social considerations as well, and also thinking more circularly. Whatever you have in your hand may end up in the waste as well, but also, Luca, great point around the fossil fuel industry, and our economy is really based on that at the moment. If we transition away, that's also an opportunity. So let's hear from our innovators and how they're each tackling this challenge. So we'll start with Teba. Tell us about Bastaka.
Thank you. So the problem first is Mombasa County is an island that is surrounded by the Indian Ocean. We have a population of approximately 1.3 million people. One of the major challenges in Mombasa County is the lack of waste management system, the public waste management system. So we have unauthorized waste managers collecting waste and illegally dumping it on roadsides, like how I almost got involved in an accident, on pavements, and also directly into the ocean, causing the Baustaka app for those who own smartphones and have access to internet. And we have an events feature where the community is sensitized and encouraged and motivated to take community climate action through edutainment at beach cleanups and community beach cleanups. This way, we are ensuring that the community, there is awareness in the local community, and the waste is actually streamlined from the source all the way to recycling centers, thereby reducing marine plastic pollution. Thank you.
Yeah. You also mentioned about the eco champions as well, which I found really interesting.
Yes, so we have a program that is known as the BAUS EcoChamp program. It targets the women at the community level in the households and the young girls at the schools so that they are sensitized to become environmental.
The rivers, and in the rivers actually is a confined, compared to the ocean, a confined space where we can effectively collect the plastic. We believe that we can do something very impactful in developing effective solution to collect plastic there. And of course, like especially in countries where the collection system or the entire recycling chain is not there yet or is not official, we need also to give us a solution for recycling what we collect. So we the material from the river that is transported is quite mixed, but we are identifying solution for recycling challenging material, plastic, not just, and also we are trying to get let's say advantage of the organic material we are collecting. There is the possibility of using also that one in order to make for the local administration the management of the barrier economically sustainable, self-financing, but also can be moved because the river changes in time, so can be easily placed again in another location.
And is it possible to catch ocean life in it, or is there a mechanism where that doesn't get caught?
Well, we designed the barriers in order to minimize any kind of impact on river and wildlife. There's no impact. Actually, we experienced that the structure becomes quite integrative part of and is used from local nature. We have the chance also to camouflage the structure with and being colonialized by local weed, so it can fit perfectly the ecosystem and be just used from animals actually.
Great, thank you. Billy, tell us about Kintra.
Yeah, so the thesis statement for Kintra is pretty simple. We want to, so performance is number one. People don't care if you don't have a unique, differentiated market or product on the market. In our case, we have a material that is as soft as cashmere, actually softer than cashmere. But so our starting raw materials come from any fermentable sugar. That could be a loaded topic. That's another panel discussion for another day. But we do have a line of sight to getting to an amount of material that's enough to satisfy the market for a reasonable price. Number three is environment, which is kind of odd to say in a room full of people who care about the environment. But at the same time, those other two are very important because you don't get to the environmental portion until you satisfy those first two topics. Environmentally, the whole point of what we're doing is kind of like harm reduction. We know that materials like our clothes that we wear are going to shed fibers. Let's make sure that those fibers aren't causing any harm in whatever environment that they end up in. So in our case, it's creating a material that's biocompatible, bio-neutral, something that fits in the biocycle. A lot of the issues with bio or microplastics made out of PET and even things like cotton, believe it or not, because they're treated with certain chemistries that render them not degradable. Creating a material that, if it does interact with flora and fauna like it typically does, making sure that it doesn't, again, cause any sort of real harm. Decades long, it's not an easy, quick thing. So we have to really plan for the future. We have to make sure that, again, we fit into the existing infrastructure so that people would like to adopt it. Mm-hmm. Even then, there's a social sort of stigma with any new material. I mean, we talk with clothing brands, and a lot of them are very excited about what we do, but they also have a business to run. They have a bottom line. They have overhead. Switching to an entirely new product can be kind of scary. Even products that are drop-in replacements, I'm not sure if you guys pay attention to the news, but groups like RenewCell, which were kind of the darling of the industry, and they are now bankrupt, sadly enough. They were creating a drop-in replacement for viscose using textile-to-textile recycling scheme. They did everything right. It didn't work. Maybe there is probably a lot more to that than just saying it didn't work. But still, it's very new. There's going to be some growing pains in the industry, and I think people just have to be a little bit patient. And it's on us to make something that people gravitate to and really like.
Perfect. So we have 3 different innovators on this panel. We've got physical infrastructure, we have waste management, and we have different materials. So when we're tackling upstream pollution, I think we have some interesting diversity in solutions. So now I'd like to kind of dig into the business side of each of the solutions, and I invite our experts, Kim and Luca, after hearing from the speakers, to ask some questions and engage.
The county government Department of Department of Solid Waste Management and Environment, so that this mobile application actually collects waste data to support in strategic decision making and also enhance zero waste communities. We are currently in the scaling stage now because we were selected as one of the 3 winners of the Afri-Plastics Challenge, where we received a grant from Global Affairs Canada, which was the challenge was run by Nesta Challenges in the UK, and we also received a grant from the US Embassy in Nairobi to run a pilot phase. And from January, we are now ready, after a successful pilot phase, we're now ready to scale our solution to other coastal communities in Mombasa and across the coastal region in Kenya so that we can reduce marine plastic pollution.
Perfect. Kim.
First off, I'm a fan, and I'm really
reaching out to us and telling us if this works in the plastic waste, can we replicate the same system to collect the glass waste? So that means it's not just going to work with plastic, but across the various waste streams. For the informal waste pickers, there's actually going to be enough for aluminium and the waste streams.
amazing. Am I allowed a second question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then I'm going to ask the same question to Seeds, actually. It's the then what question. So if your system works perfectly and the waste gets to the recycling centers, then what? At present day or in the future, does it get baled, exported, sold off? Is there an actual recycling? Are there new products being made and going back? How does it work?
So for us currently, what we were just interested in is to get it off the oceans. It doesn't get to the ocean. So we reached out to Kenya Plastics Pact, and they actually introduced us to one of the largest plastic waste recyclers in Kenya. So we have repurposed shipping containers, 20 feet and 40 feet. At the heart of the communities. So we have a system where from the source it is transported to the containers. When the containers are full, we reach out to the recyclers, they come and collect it, and they take the plastic waste for recycling. They recycle them into pellets. They have a partnership with Unilever, and then Unilever takes the recycled pellets and they make them into Unilever products such as shampoo bottles. But what we want right now is, why should we transport the waste that is collected from a coastal community, take it all the way to the capital city in Nairobi? Those are carbon emissions. Our vision is to ensure that we set up advanced technology, recycling, material recovery facilities at the heart of every community, so every community can actually recycle that plastic waste without having to transport the bulk of it to the capital city, because that is carbon emissions. So that is the vision for Balstaka, to recycle the products.
One more.
Please.
Sorry, she keeps sparking.
We need to have coffee.
Please, please.
It's because you give such great answers. Would you have a feeling, because setting up local waste management and recycling is a tonnage game. You need a critical amount of mass before it works out. Do you have a feeling for what the annual kilotons of plastic waste in these communities is or could be?
Okay, right now we have the pilot phase we ran was around a 3,000 household community, coastal community. It's a UNESCO heritage site right next to the ocean. So during the pilot phase, we were doing about 1.5 tons a month, but that was just a pilot phase. Now just imagine if we have more resources, more human power to actually get all the communities around Mombasa County, it would actually go up about 5 tons. Mm-hmm. Yes, a month. Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
We'll let Luca jump in.
I'm going to follow up on the business model side. So, if I understand correctly, so far you got grants to be able to start, but I still don't understand where the incentive actually come from, both for the, say, informal collection for the pickers. So, are you getting paid from revenues from the different families? Are you getting paid by the companies like Unilever? Because I think one of the biggest concerns that I would have with the type of company is the scalability, right? How fast you can scale to be able to have a significant impact for the ocean.
Thank you for the question. So what we're doing right now is we're charging high-income households and corporates to manage their waste. And we're also, the mobile application is collecting waste data and waste right now is wealth. So you can actually sell the data to NGOs, to government. So what we're doing is the high-income households are paying us every month for subscription-based, and the commercial institutions as well. And then we get to pay the informal waste managers and the women in the community for the waste. After that, the recyclers come to collect. The more waste you have, the more you get paid for. So we sell it in tonnage to the recyclers. So we get paid. That's how we actually make the money.
And you're getting paid for the plastic or also for all the other type of waste?
For all other types of waste. But right now, we're just focusing on plastic because we learned about the United Nations Environment Report that by 2050, there'd be more plastic than fish in the ocean. And coming from an island, that really shocked me into action. So we think that plastic is toxic and there is a lot of it being produced. We need to be the change as women at the forefront of this. Yeah.
I think one of the things I found interesting in our initial conversation is that the trash pickers are people who, you know, bring trash back. They get paid through health services, through credits. And is that something that you think can scale to other places in Africa, like in Asia? Would it be similar or the same?
I think so as well, because why we decided to use outpatient health services is because we went to the community and we asked the community, what would you want back? Is it food? Or is it health services? So majority of them said, if you're going to pay us cash incentives, that means we're going to buy vegetables with it. But we don't have the money to send ourselves and our family to the hospitals because it's very expensive, especially where there is low-income communities, and that is how we're actually supporting the communities at the low income. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we can transition to our next innovator, Fabio. If you can share with us your business model, potential customers, where you are in deployment, and the type of funding and investments you've gotten so far.
Sure, thanks, Michelle. So our business model is built in 3 parts. So there is the sales of the barriers. There is the sales of the service of riverine cleansings. So like we offer to the public administration the installation, the management of the barriers and maintenance and the collection of the waste, and we get like a monthly fee. So the public administration like don't have to manage the system, but other public administration prefer to own the system. So like we included also like the sales of the barriers. A third revenue stream is something we are working on currently, and is based on the production of ocean-bound plastic credits. So and this comes from our like second client, which is now the 4 barriers in Italy last year. And we are about to install 3 more. So like there's revenue that is helping us in growing, and we are about to start collecting a first round of investment. Like for the future, we see more and more based in our business model on what we do with the material we are collecting, so like production ocean-bound plastic credits, is something that is developing also because the definition of ocean-bound plastic credits is like something quite new, as is new the definition of plastic credit. But we believe that like they will make like our startup much more scalable and allow us to have larger and quicker input on the ocean.
Great. I'll let Luca start.
Yeah, thank you. So I will start. Thank you. I think as I was mentioning before, I met 5 years some time ago at the Mass Challenge Accelerator in Switzerland. So I've observed the company from afar, and I think it's a great solution. My question actually is more about, you know, as much as I love Italy for obvious reason, I mean, we know that most of the issue of plastic waste in the ocean comes from the 10 largest rivers in Asia. So about 80% of the plastic waste comes there. What's your plan to actually go to, you know, tackle the problem at the biggest source, which is that area?
Yeah, definitely. So actually, at the beginning, our first installation would have been in Jakarta, and is where actually the project started. I was doing a study for the University of West of Scotland there. Just like the COVID situation, like changed our plans, so we have to localize more where we were, because like we couldn't fly, etc. So. But definitely our plan is to extend in where the majority of the plastic is entering the ocean. So we have dialogues and local sales agents in Philippines, Indonesia, India, and like we are investing in growing this network in order to install there as well. Like because the value, because like it is not just plastic, but plastic would have gone to the ocean, so there is a higher margin in order to like for the recycler, and so like there is would be a margin for us as well. So that's an option as well. Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim.
Oh, I'm so triggered by these credits. So ironically, when you talk about value, you say it's higher value because it's ocean-bound plastic. This value is entirely on the PR side, because the technical quality of these plastics typically is lower because it has been floating around, it has been exposed to UV light, it degrades, it gets biofouled and all those things, so it's crap. And if this type of material would be offered in any different context, it would be incinerated straight away, and you still would have done a good thing because you took it out of the environment. But because there is a high PR value in it, we get to these ocean-bound plastic credits. which have a huge capacity for greenwashing. Could you comment on that?
Yes. So like we are at this point, like as I said, like the definition of ocean-bound plastic credits and plastic credits is still to be well defined in a standard, and there is this issue, and there is the danger of non-additionality. So, for example, I don't know, producing credits from plastic that was already recycled before. So like there's no added value there. So like we have to be very much aware of that. Enabling the fact that other organization like us can stop the plastic from reaching the ocean. So it's not about it's about trying to make like the company impact balance out from another project that diminish the kind of impact. And so like making the whole thing transparent, like we hope to make sure that like there's no greenwashing in the process.
Would you sell to companies if you know that they are greenwashing?
Yeah, no, like or at least like it's not going to be possible. It's not going to be possible just because like there's no going to be like the connection from like it depends what it means in greenwashing. Like for example, if it is like a oil company, so like that is like involved in the destruction of a certain area and is like is buying ocean-bound credits in order to cover with PR the like that the damage, actually that the situation where we wouldn't want to be involved.
I think we can have a conversation, like a question at the end, like, do plastic credits work and how we all feel about that. But let's move to Billy. And Billy, do you want me to repeat the questions or you got it?
I think I got it.
Great.
Yeah, so we're a Series A company. We've raised a little over 8 million. Our last round was led by H&M. We had participation with Bestseller as well. So we like aligned, corporate ventures in our space. We are, making a yarn that's being used in consumer fashion. We're in a program called Fashion for Good. Maybe some of you know it. Fashion for Good is kind of like a matchmaker between some of the large corporates and material innovators like ourselves. So we blew through the program, and we're actually halfway through our second phase of the pilot program that we started with these brands. Adidas, Patagonia, H&M, obviously, Reformation, Bestseller, a few luxury brands as well. Are all on board, and we're making products for them, developing custom fabrics, doing all of the sort of due diligence in terms of, hey, what's the tensile strength? What's the abrasion resistance? Can we launder it? We're doing all of that. We've had some really good results coming back. The brands are very happy. So the next phase is, well, how do we, go beyond just, working with a few square meters of fabrics for these brand partners to work with? And the way that we do that is by partnering with some of the world-class leading engineering firms for our chemical intermediates that we produce that are kind of endemic to our business and make us tick. It's our core IP, actually. The resin producing, we're working with, again, a world leader that they probably have 160 plants all across the world that produce millions of tons. Well, in aggregate, maybe more than that, maybe tens of millions of tons of different types of plastics. And again, our chemistry fits on all that equipment, so that's on purpose. We wanted to be as quick as possible from the time when brands say, hey, this is a viable solution, to get to a point where we've scaled up and we have a material that's price parity with what's on the market. The beauty of working with a lot of these engineering firms right now and doing developments with them is, our first up to 5,000 tons of capacity is going to happen with about zero CapEx. We don't have to build a plant. There's infrastructure, batch facilities all around the world that would suit our needs. And we'd have flexible capacity to do anything from 1 or 2 tons per day up to 50 tons per day. And that's what having these partnerships allows us to do. From the time that we get to this, what I would call demonstration quantity of 1 to 2 tons per day, we could be plant ready in about 2 years. Again, if we do things right, if the market's there needs to be demand, obviously. But again, the point I'm trying to make is that we're poised to scale rapidly and get our costs down to a point where we can sell our fiber for well under $5 a kilo. In fact, hopefully closer to $2 a kilo. Because again, people are used to buying polyester fiber for 99 cents a kilo. So that's what we're up against.
Great. Do you want to kick us off, Luca?
Yeah, I would love to. Look, I love, first of all, the fact that you know that you have to fit in the existing infrastructure, because that's one of the mistakes we see the most often. People that think that they can create a new infrastructure and be competitive in a space that is really hard to be competitive in. My question actually is more about your business model, because you're saying on one side that you've created some of these fibers, and on the other side, are you going to work more in B2B with some of the engineering firms, or are you more going to work directly with the brands? What's your...
Yeah, that's a good question. So to be clear, we're a material science company. We're not a manufacturing company. Part of working with a lot of these bigger firms is to say, hey, we need some help manufacturing this product that we've made. We have the blueprints for essentially how to make it. We need someone to come in and help us make a lot of it so that we can sell it and give it away to the market. Yeah, so that's a critical part of what we're doing. Licensing is something that we could do. I don't like to say that we're going to license our technology, because that's a cop-out. Saying, hey, we did all this work and we're just going to let someone else, succeed here. It's like that doesn't. No one's going to, value your vision the way that you do. So our plan is to build the first, biorefinery. Plant probably first. Biorefinery is a very big pie in the sky, but I think it's worth shooting for. But yeah, we plan to work with, the best in the industry that allow us to get to that point where we can sell to these brands. Another thing I didn't mention was we're also working very closely with a lot of textile mills, because technically the mills make the products that the brands purchase, the fabrics. We make the yarn. There's a lot of processing that has to happen to get to a point where a brand says, I want that. And they're usually, most brands focus on, these large catalogs, and they pick things out of like a large swath of, they have a lot of choice, I guess. So working with the mills is great. They see the value in that too. They see that, hey, these brands are interested. Let's have a solution ready for when the brands actually want to put a large order in.
Great. And second, maybe question related more to the fact that you're working with a company like H&M and in general fast fashion, right? To what extent are you able to influence them not just to use the right materials, but also to create a really truly circular economy that is not just creating, I don't know if you know, but most of the clothing, etc., we probably use it once and then throw it away. I think the best for this would be Vanessa, who is here. We've just invested in a company called Another Tomorrow, which is exactly in the circular economy of fashion. But a lot of the statistic we know about say that there is definitely overconsumption in this space, and so I think one of the solutions has to be, let's make sure that we're not just creating more waste and consumption that is useless in any case.
Yeah, that's true. It's tough. I mean, I think that's all the more reason to have a better material out there, is something that has optionality, something that you could compost, something that you could chemically recycle. A lot of that infrastructure isn't built yet. A lot of brands want things that don't exist yet, and they have created a lot of problems, and they're not really being a part of the solution. Some are starting to take their impact a little bit more seriously. And I also think that there's probably still a few more businesses out there that help make this whole thing tick. I mean, just think of like a reverse Amazon logistics problem with all the garments that we produce. You have to be able to collect it, sort it, send it off to the right place where it's either going to, again, get composted, recycled, or whatever else happens to it. That's a huge business in and of itself. So we want to just be there for when the things start to really move in the space, and hopefully affect change there and give people a reason to build the full circular kind of option that we need.
And maybe let's just ask one on the fact that you were saying a lot of the material you're using are sugar-based. I mean, and it's a long discussion, but to what extent that is going to potentially create competition with the food, kind of?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think just the small note on that. So a lot of the food, if you're producing a bioplastic, you're taking away from food. a good example, Ukraine stops exporting to the Eastern Africa. That's not necessarily a food. We don't have enough. It's just more of equitable distribution of the material that we already have. I mean, again, our first plant will be 60,000 tons. That's our target. That's a drop in the bucket. That's not necessarily enough to make people starve in some part of the world. So initially, we have to use what's available, like the available cheaper sugars, which happen to be first generation. Of course, I would love to say, let's use algae. That doesn't exist yet, and becoming the first large-scale algae producer in the world sounds great on paper, but doing it is an entirely different thing. We need some help there if we wanted to do that, as cool as it sounds. So we have to make sure that we match the feedstock with the magnitude of the problem that we're trying to solve. And again, we don't need to be creating 80 million tons of our material to be successful. We don't need to be PET. But we do have some market realities that we have to face, and it's, again, usually based on price. So what is that sweet spot of producing enough, not overproducing? But again, to your point, I mean, the overconsumption, overproduction is kind of the symptom of the problem here. So,
Kim.
Thank you. Really, really impressed. I'm a material scientist, so really nice to see you here. And really happy that you're doing what you're doing, because textiles is the next sustainability challenge the world is facing. A lot of my questions have been asked by Luca, actually. So I want to dig a bit more at the end of life. If we would assume that textiles get recycled, and if your stuff goes in there, would you expect it to disrupt polyester recycling?
Yeah, it's a good question. Again, our product is actually a polyester as well. We make a slightly different version of PET is what people commonly know. We make a version called PBS. We haven't done the study of, hey, let's throw it in with some PET and put it in the latest and greatest technology and see what happens. But any combination of high temperature, maybe basic environment or some enzyme is going to break it down much in the same way that it would PET. At that point, I mean, assuming the feedstocks are relatively pure and it's just our material, just PET, maybe something else, it becomes kind of like a refining operation where we have our raw products that maybe have different boiling points, different crystallization temperatures. You can pull those off and separate them. That's ideal. That's also much easier said than done. I think a lot of the challenge with chemical recycling today is, again, you need scale for it to be economical. So, processing 10 tons an hour or something. If you have an impurity in your stream that's 100 parts per million, a few days later, that's going to be enough to maybe stop your operation, right? So, and that's very common in industry. And I think a lot of the recycling that happens today is pre-consumer waste because it's much more controlled, the provenance of what's going into your system. But yeah, to your original point, we would hope to be compatible with the polyester schemes that are out there. I'm not necessarily sure that is the issue. It's more the other stuff I just mentioned, where you have something that's out in the world, you don't know where it came from, what its history was, and now you're putting it in a reactor. Or you have to sort it and put a lot of energy, and it becomes economical to say, hey, that's going to work.
Great. Stuff. Okay. One more, Kim?
I can, yes.
Yeah.
You're going to hate me for this, but how does the life cycle analysis check out?
No, it's a good question. We've done some initial, we've done a very initial high-level LCA, and we're in the middle of another one right now. I mentioned the engineering firm that we're working with is going to give us some more primary data on, continuous operations, which is obviously much more what people care about. We've seen, again, the assumptions that we've made in our first life cycle analysis are exact same operating kind of conditions as PET, right? Because that's what we're designing for, and that's what we've seen in our process. Then it really just becomes a matter of where does the raw material come from. So we've done things with glucose from corn stover, sugar cane. Depending on what feedstock we use, that's the sensitivity point for if this is really, producing something great or not. Also, if you count, the drawdown of carbon in growing corn, for example, against your CO2 equivalents, your global warming potential, we're at or about slightly under the amount of CO2 equivalents per kilo as PET. Again, if you count drawdown of carbon, you can get to the neutral kind of state but I see you smirking, and that's why I don't like talking about it, because it's very misleading. As a scientist, I have a very hard time telling people that we have a carbon neutral or carbon negative product, because that doesn't work. That's very misleading. Yeah, so that's kind of where we are now, is slightly better than PET in terms of global warming potential. We are in agriculture now. If we're sourcing things like corn, there's other endpoints and LCAs that people are maybe not aware of or not focused on right now. Eutrophication, particulate matter, things of this nature. Those are going to be higher than PET, but also I think that kind of shines light on maybe other parts of what we're getting into. And agriculture is a big polluter in terms of what happens and the effects of it. So I think shining light on something that is maybe more visceral for people is a bit easier. And again, right now, global warming potential is the thing that we should be caring about. So that's kind of our objective.
Great. Thank you. So I would like to, at this point, open up the floor for some questions. We have someone running around with the mic. Do we have a first question? I think we had a question in the back there.
Hi, good morning, everybody. We understood the solutions to the plastic recycling and what happens to consumption, production, consumption, and recycling. But what about the beginning of this vicious circle, which is the actual plastic production itself, about the major brands like the Coca-Colas of the world, where we stop them from using plastic for their water bottles and everything else? Does anybody have any ideas about how we can make that happen so we don't have this recycling circular vision of what to do with the plastic?
We have a professor of circularity on the panel.
Thank you.
I can talk for days about this. Why would you want to? I feel that, especially in this part of it, for example, tap water, we shouldn't drink bottled water, period, and I don't care if it's in plastic or glass. If you are going to bottle liquids and drinks, in many cases, and not all, because it comes back down to LCA, it's complicated, plastics are a more sustainable alternative, and then comes the littering issue. So it depends on how you count. And that's what I meant when I said don't pave the road to hell with good intentions. There are studies, I didn't do them, other scientists did them. If we replace all plastic packaging with cardboard, metal, and glass today, CO2 emissions will quadruple. So we can't do that. Are there a lot of unnecessary products being put on the market by these beverage producers, like this tiny, cute little Fanta bottle, which is 0.15? Absolutely. But again, I would advocate to go after that product and not so much the material it is made out of. And on a second leg, if we can create value for the material plastic inherently, because it has been said a couple of times, it's cheap, it's a byproduct of fossil fuels, it's too cheap. If we can create value for it in the minds of people so that they are less inclined to toss it, that would be great. So I don't have a straight-up answer, but just some.
Maybe can I try? So my answer is more maybe from an industry perspective. I spent a lot of time. First of all, I was in the largest packaging company in the world at some point in my corporate career, and we spent a lot of time with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation to create a whole, global commitment, etc. And there is a great study called "Breaking the Plastic Waste," which basically is been done by Pew Trust and Systemic and many others. That I think is a good explanation of there are some areas where you can easily substitute plastic, probably low barrier, very dry food, etc. When you get into some spaces, actually plastic is probably the best material anyway in terms of functionality, capabilities, etc. But maybe we can do more bioplastics and other things like that. And then I think there is the whole conversation around more reuse, more opportunity to really close the loop, because even in Coke, I don't know if you know, but there are many bottles that are actually reused multiple times, up to 25 times. In South America, in Brazil, for instance, 40% of the market is already completely closed loop. And there is a target to do that globally for Coke, for Pepsi, etc. So I think they can do more, to your point, but it's all about speed at this point. It's not that we don't have the solution. It's more how can we move the economy as fast as we can to a very pragmatic solution that we know already about.
We have 3 minutes, maybe one more question.
Hello. Oh, hi. Iris Alting, good to meet you. Just like Billy, super keen surfer, so cheers to that. I dedicated my career to product and packaging innovation, and I think my question was actually very much related to systems thinking, which we talked about a little bit before. So I think it's very clear we need innovators like yourselves to come up with fantastic solutions. We need then brands to make sure that these products are integrated. We need waste management. We need governments to set regulation. Big question, how do we bring all of these different parties together to really think about, to incorporate that whole system? Thank you.
I'm happy to start with this. I think so. There have been a lot of efforts already to bring everything together. I think in Europe we are quite, let me say, advanced in terms of regulation. The whole extended producer responsibility, packaging, packaging waste regulation, etc., which, to be honest, across the world are a lot less prevalent. And so there is a little bit of that now in the US, in India, etc. So that would be the first step. The second step is really putting together an entire value chain, because there is no way we're going to find a piece of the value chain to find a solution by itself. So I think the work that has been done by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation specifically on circular economy, I think has been great in that sense, because it was the first time that you would put in the same room the Coke and the Pepsi that otherwise before they would have killed each other, or the Mars and the Nestle, etc. And then also across the entire value chain, from the material producer, the Dow, the DuPont, to the converters, to the brand owners, to the recyclers, and it's only by creating a connection through all of them. But to your point, there has to be an incentive for all of them to work together, and I think regulation is now helping a lot to get there, and some of the innovation that we have invested in are also contributing to accelerate the scale-up of the system. So happy to discuss after if you want more details.
Do we have one more comment?
I can.
Teba?
So for us in Kenya, right now we have the extended producer responsibility, which aims to ensure that the producers are held financially responsible. So this has come up as an opportunity for our technology, where we want to build a system where there is communication and coordination between the government, the producers, the communities, where you have the women and the youth in the communities, and also the private sector and civil society organizations, so that they can communicate and all be linked under one mobile application, so that we are all sitting on the same table and we're all working towards a coordinated way of working, streamlining the waste from source all the way to recycling centers. So we are currently at the last stage in negotiations with the county government Department of Environment to see how the county government can actually take up the mobile app, bringing all these various sectors together so we can coordinate and be aligned towards the goal of reducing marine plastic pollution. Thank you.
Wonderful. And I think you can come find Billy after he'll talk to you about his answer as well. We're at time, but I wanted to thank our experts, thank our innovators, and hopefully we'll advance this discussion next year as well. Thank you.
And thank you to all our panelists for that first session on how to close the tap on plastic pollution. It's fascinating. All right, we are now going to focus on the success story of a French company that is a real trailblazer in the realm of plastic and textile circularity. We talked about it just there a moment ago. It's come up with one of the most innovative new plastic recycling solutions in the world. The company is Carbios. It's now taking plastic and textile waste and turning it into a precious raw material that's entering the circular economy. Would you please welcome with me now the Carbios CEO, Emmanuel Ladon. Emmanuel, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us. Actually, I don't need this one. There we go. Before we get into the details of your solution, just give us your take on the plastic waste problem today.
So today in the world, we produce 460 million tons of plastics every year. We only recycle 10%. So the question of waste is, it's not only about bottles. It's we need to recycle everything. And that's where Carbios can really help. I mean, there's already a lot of collection of bottles. Also, we can improve. I mean, in France, we only collect 60% of the bottles. In China, we collect 94% of the bottles. So we have ways to improve the collection of bottles. But bottles are only 5% of the plastics. So we need to go far beyond bottles. We need to be able to recycle everything: food trays, T-shirts, shoes, everything which is based on plastics. So that's really where we have a huge innovative change to come.
Indeed, and Carbios has come up with a breakthrough innovation. We're going to go into the details of that and how you got there in just a minute. But first, we're going to take a look at a quick video showing some of your many high-profile fans already. So first of all, congratulations. A lot of compliments there. But just to explain to everyone, why is Carbios so innovative? What's the difference between regular mechanical recycling of plastics like PET that have been used for decades and what you do?
So first of all, we are biotech. What we do, everything we do is based on enzymes. We design enzymes, we bioengineer enzymes, which is a protein, to be able to recycle plastics or to biodegrade plastics. I would come to that. So we are biotech, so it's a totally biological products. We do everything we do is solvent-free. We go back, we start from waste on polyester or PET, and tomorrow we will do the same on polyamides and polypropylene and polyethylene. So we are developing the technology beyond polyester. But we start from waste, and from the waste we go back to the basic components used by the plastic industry, which are the monomers. So basically we do a biodegradation or a depolymerization of plastics using enzymes. It's unique because we have started very early. When we started in 2011, we were the only one. Today, many labs and many companies try to do the same, and it's good. It's good because it's really the future of recycling is enzymatic recycling. The big benefits to mechanical recycling is a lot. I mean, first, it's much more circular. When you do mechanical recycling, you will do 2 recyclings, and that's all. The plastic is over. With our technology, with Ellen MacArthur, we are developing the MCI index, which is the circularity index. We can do 5 times more cycles of recyclings. Second is the quality. We go back to a virgin-like quality. By the way, I brought just a bottle, so that's... But just to show you, that's a Carbios bottle, okay? You would drink in that, I guess, because it's exactly like a virgin bottle. And that's truly a mechanical recycled bottle that I will show you, which is full of impurity. That's mechanical recycled bottles. So today, when you buy a recycled bottle from anybody, Coke, Pepsi, or whoever, it's full of impurity. And you have in Carbios plastic, you have no bisphenol, no phthalates, no issues that you could find in mechanical recycling. So the quality of the plastic is there. Then there is a CO2 impact, which is not the least one. When we can do plastic recycling with 60% CO2 savings compared to virgin plastics, obviously that's a strong interest for the brands. So that's why we have many brands beyond us. I mean, we have managed to get some brands to pay for Carbios recycling technology, like L'Oréal, PepsiCo, Nestlé Waters, Suntory in the packaging. And more recently in the textiles, some brands are also paying us to design the technology with Patagonia, On Running. I don't know if you know the shoes On Running from Roger Federer. We have also Salomon, we have Puma, we have the PVH group, which owns Tommy Hilfiger and Calvin Klein, which are beyond us for the textile aspect of our recycling technology.
Just a quick word on textiles. As we were saying before in the last panel, today most clothes are not recycled at all. Textiles really represents a huge opportunity for Carbios. Talk to us about that commercial advantage for you and how big a game changer recycling textiles will be in the future.
Yeah, so you can find a textile T-shirt when you go to H&M or wherever. It's made out of bottles. It's what we call bottle to fiber. You find no textile today, or almost zero textile made from fiber, the fiber to fiber. And that's really where it's becoming circular. I mean, if you really want to become circular, you need to make sure the T-shirt in polyester is going to be recycled in a T-shirt in polyester. Or in a bottle, we can do that. We did that already. We did textile to bottle, which is unique. But so basically, that's the key idea. The brands, what they want is they want to go, the textile industry is the second most polluting industry in the world. So the brands which are really engaged in circularity, they want to go away from bottle to fiber. They want to move to fiber technology. We had an example a little bit earlier. Fiber to fiber is the future of textile because that's really when you make it circular. And when you can make sure that you create an advantage for, and we do that biologically, which is also a strong advantage. We use no solvent in our technology, which for the brands I mentioned and others, which will be a key benefit in their purpose.
So Carbios is a real example of how companies can really blend together large-scale business operations and profound environmental impact. But it was a journey. So talk us through this journey, how you went from research to business to large-scale business.
So the first few years were really a bunch of PhD researchers. We designed the enzymes. And when we started with our current CSO, Mr. Marty, he came here 2 years ago. He's one of the best enzymologists in the world, and he said it's probably impossible to cut plastics with enzymes. And after a few years of R&D, he finally managed to do it. Today, our enzymes are very optimized. When we input the waste, we are able to get 98% conversion. When you do a mechanical recycling, you convert about 70% of the plastics. So 1 ton of plastics becomes 700 kilos of materials. When you do a chemical recycling, it's depending on the technology, but between 40 and the best ones are in the low 80s. When we do an enzymatic recycling, we are in the above 90% conversion. And that's very important also because that's also part of the circularity, is a conversion rate, or the circularity index I mentioned earlier is very important. Because if you do a pyrolysis of polyolefins, for instance, and you only convert 10% or 20% of the materials, yes, you recycle, but you recycle very little material for what you have inputted. So the beauty of the technology of Carbios, of the enzymatic technology, and I'm sure it will develop, the beauty of enzymatic technology is we can really reconvert and have a very high circularity index.
Right, so this enzyme was found in 2020 after 9 years of researching. That's a very long time. How did you go about convincing investors to fund you long term? Is there a key to getting investors to believe in you and give you that money to develop?
Well, I think at the beginning the company was small. It was more R&D funding. As soon as you become industrial, you need to go to a different scale. And that's really where we had started to look at partnership. And the partnership with the brands was the first big step. L'Oréal invested in Carbios, and they're still the main shareholder of Carbios. They own about 6% of the company. We have other big brands beyond us in the like L'Occitane or Michelin tire company. But then you have to go and really find your journey and say, I'm going to become industrial, and give a clear timing to your investors. So what we said to the investors, and we are pretty there, is that our technology will be ready to license in 2024, and we will sign license this year. So we have in Asia, in Europe, and in the US, people which are going to license our technology. And we said we would be cash positive in 2027, and we will be cash positive in 2027. So that's really a long journey for investors, but it's a bit like the first people investing in Amazon. So you don't get immediate return, but you have a very promising business long term. So that's, I think, not so difficult to convince investors when your technology is really disruptive. So today, in the shares of Carbios, we have a lot of impact funds, big funds. I mean, BlackRock is one shareholder of Carbios, and a lot of small shareholders. We have a lot, 22,000 small shareholders which are invested in Carbios.
Would you say there was one major challenge or one major obstacle that you almost didn't overcome?
Well, the industrial, the going industrial is a long path, and Carbios took the careful path. So many companies start with a pilot plant and they go immediately in the large plant, and that's a mistake, because you need to prove your technology, and that's what we did at Carbios. It takes 3 more years, but we went from a pilot plant in 2018 to a true real-life plant. We call it a demonstration plant, but it's a step which is absolutely necessary. And it's not yet revenue.
So we did that in 2021, 2022. And once your technology is proven, then you can go large scale. And many companies, unfortunately, fail because they go from a pilot plant to an industrial plant. And then it's when you have all your capex engaged in something which could fail, that's not the way to go. So that step of 3 years of a real-life plant, demonstration plant, was really the point which is long, and you need to be very convincing to your shareholders that it will take 3 more years to be revenue positive, but then you prove your technology works. And then you can scale it up very widely. That the phase we are in is to scale up, to do our first plant in France, which is under construction now, but also we are starting the licensing, and we are licensing very soon in Asia, in Europe, and in North America.
Talk to us about cost. So Carbios' product is about twice as expensive as virgin PET. Was that a hard piece of the puzzle to convince companies to pay more for your technology?
No, because, I mean, first of all, virgin, they don't want virgin anymore. I mean, there's a trend. All the brands are taking commitments towards more plastic incorporation. I'm not even talking about regulations, but if you look at Ellen MacArthur Foundation, you take all the 200 big brands, they are all committed to more plastic recycling inclusion. I don't have the key figures in mind, but I think L'Oréal, they are today at 78% mechanical recycling incorporation, and they want to go to 100 in 2025. But all of them, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, all of them, Mars, all of them are taking commitments towards more plastic inclusion. So plastic recycling is growing. Mechanical plastics is already much more expensive than virgin plastics. It's a question of scale. I mean, mechanical plastic is already 60% higher. So we are more expensive in recycling just for question of scale. A plastic producer, I just visited in China, a 3 million ton plant. So that's huge. When you do a recycling plant, you do 50,000, 100,000 tons. So that's not the same scale. So that's naturally more expensive, but the cost for the consumer is minimum. We have estimated that we had 3 cents on a bottle of sunscreen, biotherm sunscreen from L'Oréal, which is the orange packaging. So that's 3 cents on the packaging. We had 5 cents on the Patagonia T-shirt, which is retail 40 euros. So the cost to the consumer is almost not visible. The cost to the brand is slight, but the marketing benefit is huge.
Luca, earlier on the panel before, mentioned regulations. It's true in Europe, but we do have more advanced regulations than elsewhere in the world. I believe they have to use 25% recycled content in their packaging shortly. So was that just a happy accident? Did you see that coming in your business plan?
Yeah, obviously that's creating a lot of interest from the brands, because they know that with the 25% 2025 regulation in Europe, by 2025, 25% of the packaging has to have recycled content, and that will move up to 65% in 2040. So that incorporation of plastic is creating a degradation of the waste. The feedstock is more recycled, so the quality of the waste is getting worse and worse. So mechanical recyclers are struggling with the quality of the waste. And here comes the advanced recycling, like our technology, but because we don't care. I mean, we can use any kind of plastics. Somebody said it can be unwashed. I mean, we are testing now unwashed plastics in our plant to make sure it works. So it can be colored, it can be dirty, it can be full of chemical products. Because we do separation, we don't care. We go back to the basic components of plastics, whatever happens.
Talk to us a bit more about your business model now going forward. You mentioned that you're building the world's first PET biorecycling plant in France. Tell us about that and where you go after that.
So the business model of Carbios is licensing. So we are going to license our technology to mainly PET producers, but also chemical groups or waste management companies. So that's the kind of big companies we are talking to. And the licensing, we get revenues from a royalty of the licensing. So it's a bit like a franchise model, if you prefer. It's a bit, you franchise something, you get royalty. And we get also a part of the money from the enzymes, because that's our enzymes. We don't produce it. I mean, we have signed 18 months ago an exclusive long-term partnership with the largest producer of enzymes, which is called Novozymes. They just changed names. They are called Novonesis now. But they are a Danish company which produce 50% of the enzymes in the world. So they are our exclusive provider of enzymes, but because they supply us, they will give us a royalty on the enzyme as well. So we make money on selling the technology, we make money on the enzymes, and that's a long term. So that's a tech company, if you prefer. We are asset light. Beyond the first plant where we have 75% shares, all the other plants are asset light and invested by others.
And so what's the dream for you now? For all plastics to be recycled, is that a reality in our world?
Well, if I look at a study we did jointly with McKinsey, we believe by 2050 we should be at a turning point of 50% recycled in PET polyester, 50% of recycled to 50% virgin. Today it's 10-90, so today it's 90% virgin, 10% recycled. So the market is growing at a pace, the recycling market is growing at a pace of about 8% per year, CAGR. And for advanced technology, we can go beyond bottles, because this can recycle only bottles. We can recycle anything. So for the advanced technology, which can recycle anything, we will have CAGR of about 17%. So my dream is to be the leader in this advanced technology world. And we believe we have all the strengths to do that. CO2, lower CapEx, and a very plug-and-play technology to the existing industry.
Emmanuel, just to wrap up, there are a lot of investors here in this room. What should they be looking for in biotech if they want to sniff out the next Carbios?
First, this question of disruptive or non-disruptive, but somebody said that before in the roundtable. Is it compatible with the existing industry? Because I see a lot of innovations which are very nice, but not compatible with the existing industry. So basically, the likelihood of success is much lower if you don't bring a solution which is compatible to the existing industry. We are 100% compatible to the PET producers. I mean, I met all of them. They used to do PET. You assemble two monomers. One is terephthalic acid, PTA, and one is monoethylene glycol, MEG. That's exactly what Carbios is giving them. So when you're compatible with the existing industry, the likelihood of change is high. And the second question is, do you really solve a problem? When you have an innovation which does not really solve a problem, here we are at a turning point where we bring a solution to a huge problem, which is how to get to more recycling content. So when you are with those two stars to align, I think the path is much easier.
Emmanuel Ladon, thank you so much for sharing Carbios' journey. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming up for you this afternoon, we are going to come back here. We'll come back into this room at 2 p.m. We're going to have more fireside chats focusing on investment opportunities in the blue economy space. We're also going to have 2 more panels looking at the role of innovation and technology and what they can play in both MPAs and aquaculture. In the meantime, it is time for lunch. Now, during the lunch break, we have an exhibitor's corner where you're going to get a chance to take a look at 4 innovative new companies. They're called Beauty Disrupted, Lagosat, Reefs, and Lactips. They'll be over there. You can also get a chance to taste some incredible plant-based sashimi, which is courtesy of Current Foods, which will have a tasting. Current Foods is a company that's out to disrupt the fishing industry without compromise. Speaking of delicious food, there is very limited seating for the special OIP dinner tonight at the Meridian, but there are still a few places left. If you would like to join us tonight, you can go to the welcome desk over there to purchase your tickets. But for now, it's time for lunch. Check out the exhibition corner, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. D'accord, merci. Super, thanks. It's good. Good. Yeah, leave your stuff here. It's fine. Sure.
We have to take a ticket, you said?
For tonight, for dinner. If you want to go to the dinner, yeah. But tonight, the lunch is all fine.
4, 5, 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to come back into the room? We're about to get our afternoon session underway for this Ocean Innovators Platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way into the main room so we can get our fully packed afternoon session underway. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please start heading back into the main room so we can continue our afternoon session of this Ocean Innovators Platform? If you could start making your way into the main room, we'll get our afternoon session underway. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch, a lot of time to network and taste some delicious food. So you might remember a little bit earlier, we talked with Emmanuel Ladan about the crucial role of investment in the blue economy. And as we move toward a sustainable future, it is vitally important to raise awareness among investors like yourselves about the vast opportunities that lie right within the ocean. So we're going to take a closer look at the many blue economy opportunities that are out there and just how investors can make the most meaningful impact with our next panel. So for this Investor Outlook panel, would you please welcome Stephanie Rakels, who is Chief Development Officer of Aquaspark. Also with us, the CEO of HALJ Family Office, Mohamed Nadar, and your moderator and Head of Sustainable and Impact Investing at Barclays, Damien Ayatakis. All right.
Thank you, Jeannie, and welcome back from lunch for everybody. Hopefully everybody's had some coffee as well, but I think the panel will keep you awake, hopefully so, as we talk about sort of the investment side here. Let's start with a bit of context. We know raising capital is hard. We also know finding high-quality investments is hard as well. And this gets more challenging when we start talking about ocean opportunities. And so today, with the help of Stephanie and with Mohamed, we're going to give you a behind-the-scenes look at a successful investment relationship journey from both sides. And so let me introduce, it's a pleasure to have with me Stephanie, the Chief Development Officer of Aquaspark, which was founded in 2013. Aquaspark is a Dutch holding company that is investing in some of the most innovative solutions to aquaculture's biggest challenges. Currently, they manage over 520 million euros of assets that is across a portfolio of 28 companies. Stephanie has been with the firm since its founding as an investment manager, building an expert network of aquaculture specialists, and now supporting investor relations and development. Mohamed, the CEO of HALJ. This is a family office, one of the branch of the Jamil family, a leading global family based out of Jeddah. Mohamed has been part of that organization for 20 years, and as the chief executive, he has responsibility for overall investment activities with a particular background in real estate, but he was also the lead for the investment into Aquaspark, and we'll hear a little bit more about that transition for them. With that brief intro, let's get into the discussion. I'll divide it into three parts: the initial connection, the courting, and then the continued relationship. And with apologies for given our short time frames, we don't have time for questions. But as I said, I'm very confident with the highlight of the story of this initial, or the initial, I'll say the initial 10 million euro investment into Aquaspark in 2019, and reflecting on wider experiences, it will be very enlightening for all of you. So first question to both of you. Obviously, we've got the conversation on aquaculture just after this, so we'll leave that broader conversation. But I want to get us started just from each of your perspectives. In one sentence, how would you describe or how would you pitch why invest in aquaculture? And Mohamed, I'll let you start first in that topic.
Okay, well, I'll start by talking kind of the evolution and the journey of how we started thinking about it. But that had much more to do with the principal in our office and his passion for fishing. And he often went out at least twice a week to fish. So if he's happy, he goes fishing more. And if he's unhappy, he goes fishing so he can relax. And so he always felt this is kind of something he has a passion about and wants to invest in. But also looking at the growth in the global population and how much global warming cattle cause, he felt that there has to be an alternative source of protein. And the one that he felt was somewhat untapped was aquaculture. The aquaculture was untapped. Plus, there's a depletion of fish in the ocean. So he thought the more will be the new path and the new opportunity to have an alternative source of protein. And that's how we started going into this. It started about a 10-year passage. But I think should I?
No, it was great. It was great. We'll get back to a little bit more of the story in a second. But what I heard you take away was, if your principal is a fisherman, that's very helpful to get into aquaculture. Or alternatively, if you've identified protein as a major source of future, those two options are available to you.
One sentence, right?
Yes.
Well, aquaculture is one of the fastest growing food production sectors out there, According to the FAO, from now until 2050, seafood consumption, the increase of seafood consumption, 96% needs to come from aquaculture. So that's an enormous challenge, and we should better make sure it is done right. So a lot of opportunity there, great entrepreneurs out there.
Fantastic. All right. So we've set a little bit of the context and the background to the thinking about why aquaculture. Let's start looking at the organizations and the connection between the two organizations and the motivations a little bit more in detail about that leading into it. Now, Mohammed, can you provide a bit of context to the family portfolio, but also the move, the rationale of the move from primarily real estate into more venture, earlier stage companies, and then also into the aquaculture space? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. I mean, we're still primarily invested in real estate, and we do that directly in-house. But the move into aquaculture, again, it starts with personal interest and trying to find different manners of trying to invest. The reality is we only have, and from a venture capital or private equity perspective, we only have two themes, which one is a tech portfolio and another is aquaculture. So that's, but so far, you know, we intend to go further, but that's all we have so far.
No, well, it's great to see, obviously, the selection. And obviously, as I understand the story, can you share a little bit about how you first heard from, well, to Stephanie, how you first heard from Mohammed in terms of how he contacted you in those initial conversations?
Yes, yes, absolutely. So Mohammed actually gave a phone call to our office. And typically in our office, when we receive a phone call, it's a lot of cold calling from portfolio companies that need cash. So I don't know who you reached from our office, but it was obviously someone that thought Mohammed was looking for an investment or for advice. So he was a little whooshed off. But I'm very glad he was persistent, and ultimately we ended up in a conversation, initial conversation.
Yeah. I mean, if I can just
please.
For us, you know, we've been interested in the theme for more than 10 years, but it was very difficult to find a fund that is involved. And through most of this was just internet research. So through going through this, the majority of people we found were like independent consultants, small advisors, but nobody who was really working on the entire value chain, as you mentioned earlier, or the entire ecosystem. So in talking to Aquaspark, what we noticed is that it's not just about investing in fish farms, but trying to solve the problems that are not just that are being somewhat created by just fish farms, but so as you focus on the entire value chain, you can help improve the impact, and that's how what we felt about what they're doing, and that somewhat our objectives were aligned. The other thing, I don't know if we should go into further discussions, but we are very long-term investors. We don't really do 5-year exits. So as we talk to Aquaspark is a long-term investor and trying to create an ecosystem that is sustainable in a long-term context.
No, I think it's great. I think it may be a bit of a surprise that any of you as fund managers might get a cold call from an investor one day who happened to find you across the internet. But it was a number of years ago, and well done in terms of finding and doing the research around it. I guess I am curious, because you'd mentioned as well that you'd done a little bit of work in listed companies initially, in terms of what made the shift into the private markets interesting for you and Aquaspark particularly. Before we get into the diligence side, just sort of what did you see on the website and in the first conversations that was interesting?
Well, as we started thinking, I mean, this is more of a 10-year journey. As we started thinking about getting invested into aquaculture, all we initially could find are like publicly traded salmon farms in either New Zealand or Norway. That was pretty much the market was limited to this. So we started off by having an equity portfolio. Simultaneously, we're always looking for a fund manager who had expertise in the area, but as I mentioned earlier, all we could find is independent researchers, people who had like maybe a very small sum under management. Nobody felt credible to us until we bumped into Aquaspark. So until that point, it was really hard finding somebody who, at least we hadn't found them. If they existed, we didn't find them until we bumped into Aquaspark.
Fantastic. And obviously, the HILOJ is not your only investor. You have about 300 across a number of different countries. I'm curious in terms of the motivation, right? We're still in that first section talking about sort of the motivation. And I imagine some of them are seeing that business opportunity and some of them are personally motivated. If you were to, let's say, draw a Venn diagram and look at sort of the percentages of those that are purely financially or purely personally, and then in the middle, how would you split sort of those 300 or so investors that you have?
Yeah, it's not the easiest question. It's indeed, today we have a network of over 350 investors from 32 countries, really broad range from foundations, family offices, high net worth individuals, fund of funds, institutional investors, industry, corporate. So the motivation is for each very different, but I think we're at the intersection of a few sectors, from blue economy to food systems, agtech, to even climate change. So we tick a lot of boxes for a lot of investors. And for us, the story, you know, we invest across the value chain. We want to make strong returns, like everyone does. But the impact story is no trade-off, so it goes hand in hand. So when you talk about the Venn diagram, I think there's a lot of overlap. There's only a few investors that would be there purely for the impact, I would say. And there would only be a few investors that are purely there for the returns. But we say, like, you know, this can go hand in hand. And that is actually how we can make a change and really make an impact. Because we want to, I mean, our ambition is to really show the industry we can do this, we can work in a sustainable way, make those returns. And that's the only way to do it.
I am curious, actually, because we do talk a lot about sort of the double benefits, and there are definitely those that are motivated by the cause or the issue. I'm actually curious, just as you said that there were not many. What do you think is driving the identification of the holding company as an opportunity for those purely financially motivated?
Yeah, I think quite a few investors see that this is a really fast-growing industry, and if you invest early stage and there's a lot of growth happening, that they can make those returns. I mean, yeah.
And so are you educating them on that opportunity, or have they identified it already and then they're coming to you as a thematic play and therefore saying that?
I think it's the first one, mostly.
Okay.
Yeah. But we also we need to educate people, and we think that's part of our role as well. I mean, when you look at blue economy, I don't know if there's a lot of investors like Mohammed that really see the opportunity and really the investment case behind it. But there's, you know, in aquaculture, there's so much innovation happening. There's such great entrepreneurs, quite a few here. Yeah, you can really scale and grow.
Yeah.
And, great opportunities.
I do think it's one of the things that, you know, as we go back and talk about how do we bring more capital in, is getting the stories out to people that still, while this community is aware and understands the challenges, I think we still lack some of the broader mainstream understanding of it. Sorry, were you going to say?
No, I was going to say I totally agree, and we see this as part of our role to do advocacy, like really tell the story, and you know, we need to spread the word, and that's also where investors help as well. I mean, this whole community of investors that we have, they tell the story as well. So,
no, I can definitely add that one of the main reasons we were continuing and have continued to invest and top up a little bit with Aquaspark is because we wanted this to be a learning opportunity, and Aquaspark has been open about allowing us access and helping us learn more and more about this segment.
No, that's great, and we'll talk a little bit more about the relationship and how it's evolved. But let's go. So you've met, the meet cute has happened in the official terms. Moving on from that initial connection, let's talk about the detail of due diligence, sort of that investment decision making. Mohammed, let me start with you. How did you diligence Aquaspark, coming from a real estate background? Can you explain a little bit more, outline the investment process and the investment timeline as to how you approached it, both with Aquaspark, but also with investment committee, with family members, et cetera?
Well, I mean, when we met Aquaspark, first I met Aquaspark for myself, and I felt everything felt good and felt legitimate. And then the principal and myself, we had another meeting with the founders. But you know, we can do due diligence on real estate, but we didn't have an in-house capability to really carry out a due diligence on Aquaspark. So we asked another head of another family office in London that we're kind of a part of a similar group that we meet regularly. And he went out and met Aquaspark. And they did a detailed report and came back to us, and they felt it's rather positive, so that we continued from there. It probably took us about 6 months from the time I contacted them to the time we made our first investment.
Yeah, it was interesting. You said sort of there is no time frame with family offices. Sometimes it's very fast and sometimes it's very slow. Yes. I'm curious how, if you're on the other side, how do you keep engaged with, if you were on the potential investee side, what are the things that can help move that decision making along, if anything, do you think, Mohammed?
Well, the important thing is, what I feel is transparency when you're communicating with the family, the investor, or the family offices, because it's a lot of it has to do with confidence in the information they're giving us, and the more confidence we gained in what they told us, and when they tell us something, we know that, a few months later it happens. They're not just promising us all these pie in the sky things. The more we gain confidence, the decision doesn't get that much faster, but at least it becomes easier for the principal. And within a family office, a lot of things that are discretionary of the discretion of the principal. So sometimes he responds right away, and sometimes it takes a couple of months to think about it. So.
Very good, very good. Well, off fishing, as it were. But what did it feel like from the other side?
Yeah, it's very interesting speaking to investors and see the different time frames. I've had phone calls with investors, and 3 hours later I got a phone call. I'm investing 3 million in your fund, which is quite interesting. But the family office that Mohammed hired did a very intense due diligence. But for us, the step before, indeed, getting to know the investor, and for us also, we want to be aligned with the investors that onboard us, because that's important also with the model that we have. So we felt good about it, and then there was quite an intense due diligence process from the external office, and of course that takes a lot of work, takes a lot of time, gives you gray hair sometimes. But when an investor does a very thorough due diligence process and then is positive and invests in you, it's also like, okay, we're doing something well. So that's really, yeah, we like that a lot.
Were there any hurdles that, either that you came back to that other family office or that you noted that really were uncertain moments in the process for you, as you were sort of digging in more detail, that you said, well, this is a no-go point unless we get more clarity around this?
Well, what came back was positive. I mean, I think had he come back and was a bit vague in a couple of areas, or felt, a lot of it has to do with what he felt about the meeting, the founders, and whether he felt they were sincere in what they were doing or not. And we had sufficiently positive feedback. But in addition to that, it's getting a sense of the performance track record, and at that stage, they were just getting to the right scale, but they have been doing relatively well and kind of scaling up and improving the valuations of what they're dealing with.
Yeah, so just good timing and good communications and transparency. I guess you don't obviously win every ticket in terms of the investor conversations. For those that you haven't won, as you guys have either done post-mortem or just thinking about it, what are some of the reasons that you've gone back and sort of developed or refined what you've said or how you've engaged with investors that are learnings for your organization that others might take away?
Like what went wrong in conversations with investors? I think, yeah, communication, open communication. I think what Mohammed is already flagging is just really important. Keep the conversation going. I would say the moment you start a conversation with the investor, keep momentum. Just not giving it any follow-up. That's not helpful. So people want to feel engaged and don't just lay back and wait for the investor to come to you. I think building relationships is just really important. Yeah, so be proactive. That's crucial. Yeah, and you really need to also sense like it's different types of relationships, right? It's what an institutional investor needs from you is quite different from a family office or an individual, or just build a relationship and see how you create a partnership. We always talk about the marriage, even like it's a long-term relationship. So
And
what is that going to look like?
So that's a great transition to the last topic for us, which is after the initial ticket written, the ongoing relationship. So 2019 is after the 6 months of diligence and sort of the initial contact. Since that's been a few years, let's talk a little bit about how that's evolved and the relationship has evolved. Stephanie, let me stay with you. In terms of how do you see that evolving and growing over the last few years with both the family office and the principal?
Well, we are here today. That's
yeah.
I think that
Still together.
That says no, but it's really nice. I mean, also based on the needs of Mohammed and his team, we provide update calls, or we check in with each other. There's several ways to engage. I mean, what has been really helpful for us is, of course, their long-term vision. And the fact that they got to know us, have done follow-on investments over time. But to see that there's like this genuine relationship and that we are aligned is just really, really great.
Yeah. I mean, I think for us, the biggest thing is just getting confidence in the answers, but also when you ask a question, if we want to learn about one of the underlying companies in the portfolio, we feel like we're getting an honest answer. Also, they're very proactive about when there's a company in trouble in their portfolio, they don't hide it. It's not. So all these things kind of improve their confidence level as we progress.
Yeah, and that maybe to add to that trend, we feel transparency to investors is really important. You want to be transparent, and I think it creates trust. So you don't want to sell that steep hockey stick, that everything is going well, because it never is. And not all goes well. I mean, there's always challenges. We invest early stage and also later stage, and I think that creates trust with investors.
Yeah, it's something I think both from an industry perspective, both the impact side, but also the venture side, is that idea that everything should be positive at all points in time. But I remember you saying that wasn't something that you necessarily believed from other managers coming to you and pitching that this was going to be a hockey stick and everything was going to be fantastic at all points. What do you have a sense in terms? Oh, sorry, go on. What do you have a sense in terms of, as you're engaging or talking in that ongoing basis, to be looking for? What can investee companies or funds do for you to help with that engagement, or that brings it to life, and sort of, because you have continued to add capital to the holding company?
I mean, a lot of it is just feeling that we're continuing to learn, and we're learning more about the entire ecosystem or value chain of the aquaculture world. And we feel, I mean, in addition to just seeing what AquaSpark is trying to do, which is create synergy between all the underlying companies, which ultimately adds to the value of each of the companies as well. It's not just that they're cooperating and building some, but actually they're improving the valuation of each of the other companies by improving sales and activity.
Actually, it's a great point. A bit of a divergent topic, but it is unique, not unique, but you have really focused. I've always liked how that bit more systemic view from what we heard this morning. Can you share just a little bit about that idea in terms of how you've worked in terms of identifying portfolio companies and bringing them together?
Yeah, it's the core of our strategy. We invest globally and across the value chain. So from operations, farming, to feed ingredient companies that can replace the unsustainable feed ingredients, to tech, to marketing, distribution, etc., animal health, animal welfare. And we really want to build a portfolio. We call it a portfolio ecosystem, or a portfolio with synergies in it. So, of course, all the portfolio companies all need to tick like a certain amount of boxes. We want to see a great team, scalable, ready for growth, some revenues, etc. But we also want to see a fit with the other portfolio companies. We want them to benefit from each other and grow together. So as part of the shareholders agreement, we ask them to sign what we call a shared values manifesto, in which they commit to becoming part of this ecosystem, cooperating with the other portfolio companies, no use of antibiotics or chemicals, unless there's really no other way around. So really also involving with our expert network. So it's really, together we can make a change. And that's the portfolio companies, but also the investor community. We want to be more. We want to be way more as an investor than just the organization that provides the cash. We want to add value connect them to investors, and many investors also like to do, for example, well, besides learning, do direct investments in specific portfolio companies. And through us, they have that opportunity, and that way we can help the portfolio companies to get access to additional finance, for example. So we really believe in, like, everyone together, we can make a change. That's
indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
And so tell me a little bit more about what you've learned in that process of being a good fund to investors. What are some of the lessons that you've taken away over the years in your different roles as well?
Yeah, maybe as an investor, maybe towards our portfolio companies, of course, like I already said, it never all goes well. And one of the big lessons learned is we have made investments in companies with a really great founder, really great technology, for example, with a vision. But if the founder is not able to attract the right talent, cannot see its own limitations, you know, if you don't build the right team, however small your company is, then it's not going to work. So one of the big lessons learned is, yeah, we invest in teams. We need at least to have like a founder that has a great vision how to build a team, and to be able to identify what skills they need to really grow their company. That's a crucial one. Yeah. We now have, of course, almost 10 years of experience, but that's one of our major lessons learned.
Yeah. Mohammed, let me ask, I know there's no plans, and I'm not suggesting one way or the other about divesting from Aquaspark, but if there was ever a moment or something were to happen, you know, because that is something, right? You're constantly evaluating holdings. Yeah. What would be a reason why you might think about either reducing or exiting a position?
Well, you know, if we start to ask them questions and we don't get answers, and we feel like, because depending on, I've dealt with other fund managers who are like, they're not straightforward, and you can tell the difference between an answer that just takes time to get to obtain versus an answer that is being held back. So if we feel at any time that we no longer have that level of transparency and the level of willingness to share information with us, that would be the times we start changing our mind.
Okay.
Yeah, and that goes back again to transparency, but also really building genuine relationships. I think we actually had a conversation around that last night. Yeah. But it's that's so important. Build genuine relationships and be transparent. And I think then investors are there also to support you, also when things get hard. And that's what we all want, right?
Indeed, indeed. Well, that leads us actually nicely on to that sort of one final question to both of you. I guess if you were to talk to the other side, if you will, the investor side, and you were to give them one piece of advice, what would be the thing that you would want them to know or understand about making an investment that would help them to be more successful and help more broadly? I'll ask both of you, but Stephanie, please, you first.
Yeah, you know, I find that an interesting question. I have a lot to say about that, but I'm going to focus on look beyond the structure. Look beyond the structure and look at the opportunity that you see. There's so much innovation happening, and you know, get to know aquaculture and all the innovation happening there. It's interesting. Yeah.
Great. And Mohammed, for you, what piece of advice would you give to the other side in terms of the fund managers?
I think you should focus much more on research and investment than sales. So if we're getting too much of a hard sell, and there are more salespeople on the team than there are actual analysts, then I think it would be the wrong fund for us.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both so much for the insights and sharing a little bit of the relationship as it's developed over years. Hopefully some interesting takeaways for all of those on either side, and obviously both will be around a little bit later for further questions and views from both of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Damien, thank you so much for moderating that fireside chat. A big thank you again to Stephanie and Mohammed for that look at financing ocean innovation. Now, one area we've just been talking about where there is obviously a lot of blue economy opportunities is in aquaculture, but the scale at which it's growing is also creating a lot of challenges when it comes to sustainability. And we're going to take a closer look at that now with some great new solutions in our next panel. This is called Empowering Progress Through Technology in the Aquaculture Space. So for this, can I please have on stage our moderator, Nancy Heslin, Editor-in-Chief of the Monegasque, as well as her panelists. Please welcome Ali Rose, Ocean Lead, Creo Syndicate, Christo Duplessis, the CEO of Matorka, Robin Millington, the CEO of Planet Tracker, Alessandro Romano, CEO of Itinsect, and Sven Joran Kolster, the CEO of Optoscale. Welcome to all of you.
Good afternoon. If we can get another mic, please, that would be great. Robin and I can share, but there is one. This is why we're a team. I feel like we're team aquaculture, and we've been rehearsing all year for the big Monaco Ocean Week. But thank you for joining us. As Stephanie just said, get to know the aquaculture and the technology that's around it, and here is your opportunity. With over 50% of the world's seafood now being sourced from aquaculture, this rapidly growing sector plays a pivotal role in global food security, for supporting livelihoods, and also for alleviating pressure on wild fish stocks. However, as you will find out, whenever there is this type of growth, there are always challenges. And in this case, we are looking at challenges with biodiversity and a threat to marine ecosystems. So to address all of these issues, let's meet our team today. These panelists are people that are paving the way for a more sustainable future in aquaculture and for our oceans. So I will start. Robin is right beside me. Robin Millington is the CEO of Planet Tracker. Would you like to introduce yourself, Robin?
Hi. Planet Tracker is a philanthropically funded think tank that's aimed at the financial industry. We're trying to take into our evaluations the, if you will, internalizing the externalities, making sure that we're giving true value to ecological issues, water, etc. And we're trying to get everybody going. We're not waiting for perfection in the absolute metrics to be available. We're trying to show how to get forward now on that.
Wow, that was nice and brief. Alessandro Romano, CEO of Itinsect. Can you please introduce yourself to our audience this afternoon?
Yes, hi, I'm Alessandro. I'm the founder of Itinsect. Our mission is to reduce human impact on the marine environment. And actually, I have a question for the audience, which is how many of you knew that a quarter of global fishing doesn't go into human consumption, but goes directly into animal feeds? So it's not a lot of people, and we are a very educated audience on the blue economy. And in fact, we developed a protein meal that replaces the need of catching fish from the ocean for the aquaculture and the farming feeds. So we have biotech processes that use enzymatic processes and microbial processes where we recreate the nutritional profile of fish meal so that we can break the chain between fishing and aquaculture.
Thank you. Christo Duplessis, CEO of Matorka.
Thank you so much. It's very simple. Matorka is an integrated land-based aquaculture company. We produce the world's finest Arctic char in the world's most magical place, and that happens to be Iceland. And I'm hope to get the opportunity to enlighten you as to why Iceland is the best place in the world to farm this fish.
Thank you, Sven. Sven Joran Kolster, CEO of Optoscale.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm the founder of Optoscale, and we have developed AI to help fish farmers basically make better decisions. That's related to, for instance, feeding. When they start using Alessandro's feed, they can make sure they're feeding the correct amount, not too much, not too little. You can make sure you have a good fish welfare by always knowing how the fish is doing, and also automating many of the tasks. So I can probably get back to the automation part of it.
Thank you. Ali Rose, Ocean Lead, CRO Syndicate.
Hi, I am Ali, and I'm the Oceans Lead of Creo. It's an organization that is a nonprofit that convenes ultra-high net worth family offices that are looking to deploy capital into climate solutions. So I, as the Oceans lead, I help curate deal flow for our members, put out research on market trends in the industry, and I also arrange programs to help with knowledge information that the family offices would benefit from. And aquaculture is a sector that our family offices have been interested in for quite a few years now, and it's been great to see it grow with more companies coming into the mix.
Thank you, Ali. So let's look at sustainability challenges and opportunities. Traditional aquaculture is posing several problems related to water pollution. We have wastewater containing chemicals and antibiotics. Genetic pollution, when we have species that are escaping their pens into the wilderness. And we also have energy consumption and food. Yet, aquaculture still represents more than half of the seafood production, and this will only continue to increase in the future. So let's set the stage. I'm going to ask Robin to give us an overview of this panel this morning for Team Aquaculture. Robin, Planet Tracker's Aquafailure Report identifies a 50 million ton BAU production gap by 2050. So can you set the scene for us by looking at on-land food and the current state of climate and food production modeling, which you say is not accounting for the current rapid growth?
So when we looked at the aquaculture, based on what we know today, we know that by 2050, based on business as usual, there'll be 217 million tons. In our projection, based on all the UN modeling and the FAO, plus the population modeling, we're going to need 270 million tons. So there's a 50 to 60 million gap. Now, where is that coming from? Our panelists are all looking at some of the technology that will get us there, but in our modeling, what we have found is that represents 2% of the gap, right? So based on today's statistics, what we do see is that regenerative aquaculture, which is bivalves, seaweed, things that do not require fish feed, will be a bigger piece of that gap. So we need to be thinking differently about what we're doing in aquaculture. So I want to pose a challenge. I'm going to be a bit of an agent provocateur. So we are looking today, we need to improve what we're doing today. We need to get the fin fish and the various fish that we're raising today more sustainable. Great. Let's get those technologies going. Let's not wait until 2050 to do that. But we need to look at differently. We need to look at 2050 and say, what do we need in 2050? Not what we want or what we think will grow out of today's system, but rather, what is it that we need, and let's work backwards. When you look at 2050, and now I'm going to pull this out of oceans and look at land food production, because the food system is an overall system. It's not just seafood, it's not just land. If you look at projections that were done before the 2022, 2023 hottest years on record, and now 2024 is being projected to be the same. Before the 3-year La Nina that was supposed to be cooling the Pacific and left us with the hottest sea surface temperatures on record, and now we're going into the El Nino in the middle of it right now, that is only continuing to raise temperatures, and they think we may flip to another La Nina, and nobody knows. We're in uncharted territory right now. So the models that have been done by the IPCC, the climate change, the UN climate change science body, have not taken into account the rapidity, the intensity, and the ferociousness of what's happened in the climate feedback loops in the last year. And I think you'll hear Jem Skia, who's the head of IPCC, is saying that they're looking now at their models to try and integrate more into that. I have also talked to a director at the FAO, and they are saying the same thing. They have based their models on what's happened in the past. What we are in now is feedback loops that are happening without anything in the past to predicate that. And one of the things neither of those models has taken into account is the instability of the jet stream. Now, the jet stream instability is what brought that heat down a couple of years ago and burnt that village in Canada. And last year brought heat down to Texas and Arizona in America, causing the highest temperature records ever clocked in the southern United States and collapsing their summer wheat crop in Texas. And that summer wheat crop is important to feeding the world. So if we're getting instability in the jet stream, that means the models we're looking at that project out to 2050 actually aren't correct. So we have to be thinking in 2050, how do we future-proof aquaculture, if I can bring it back? But let me give you one more statistic about land. If you look at a study that was done, again, before 2022, 2023, it looked at, as just on the projections that we have right now, as the equator heats, you've got 4 major commodities that will be pushed out of that heat zone at the equator. And if you go 60 degrees north, there's a map over there, you can see. It's Canada and Alaska, it's a tip of Greenland, it's across Siberia. You're going to be pushing a lot of those commodities into growth areas at that level, 60 degrees north. 30 degrees south, you've got Chile and Argentina, pretty much. You've got some of Australia, a little bit of New Zealand, Tasmania, and you've got the penguins hanging their toes off of South Africa. Where is the land to grow the crops? So as food-based crop production reduces, future-proofing something like aquaculture is going to become more and more and more important. But future-proofing aquaculture doesn't mean just more coastal pin farms, because the heat in those areas will mean that you can't have those coastal farms. So that means we're going to have to be looking at some systems that are going to be less vulnerable to climate, which means RAS, the on-land closed systems. It means cultivated lab-grown meat. It means things that won't be dependent on the climate heating like it is. So with that said, we need investment to get us to even the 2% of the 50 million ton gap. We need 30 billion invested just in the technologies of offshore cultivation and RAS. Overall, if we're going to invest into the regenerative bivalve, seaweed, that sort of thing, our projection is that we need in the neighborhood between 55 billion at a minimum to 140 billion. Now, Ali will talk to this later, but her investment group is what, around 100 million right now? So we're in hundreds of millions at this point, and we need hundreds of billions.
Wow, thank you very much for setting the stage on that. Ali, let's continue with that and look at some of the risks socially and with human risk here. What are some of the costs that we faced if we don't invest in these solutions?
Yeah, so something that's really important to consider is what the status of wild fisheries are right now, and thinking about the supply chain in wild fisheries. If people have been reading the Outlaw Ocean Project's expose of the supply chain in China, and have read about the forced labor that is happening on the far-flung fishing vessels, they will have learned that there is a lot of human slavery happening with the Uyghurs and North Koreans in the far-flung fishing vessels and Chinese processing plants. So we should really think about the human and social cost of continuing with some of these wild fisheries, and thinking about aquaculture as a way to alleviate the pressure on those wild fisheries, as well as to attach transparency and traceability that really lacks within our global wild fishery sector right now. So it's something to keep in mind as we think about aquaculture and the opportunity. Obviously, wild fisheries and aquaculture need to work together to be able to feed our growing to 10 billion people in 2050. But there needs to be transparency, and we need to start really understanding where our food comes from. And aquaculture is a way to do that if it is also done sustainably.
Thank you. So we are seeing a growing number of solutions that address the different issues that we're talking about, especially related to traditional aquaculture, that could help farm managers improve their sustainable practices. Sven, fish welfare is often overlooked, but is a hugely important part of producing food sustainably. How can farmers better face this challenge?
Yeah, so there's a lot of problems. I think we all agree on that, and some of them are more visible than others. I don't know how many of you are familiar with, for instance, farmed salmon, but a typical salmon farm will have 200,000 individuals in a single pen. So it's quite different from the farm I grew up in, right? With cattle, we could see all the cattle. You can see if they have a good life, and if they have a problem, you call the veterinarian. This is not the case with salmon. So there's a lot of instances where there's a lot of disease. It turns into mortality in the end. There's an average of about 16% mortality in the industry, which is terrible both for the fish before and after, you know, the mortality, but it's also really bad for the output. If you think about sustainability, that's feed that's been given to fish that does not end up as food. So the way we can impact that is we are changing. We claim to be a paradigm shift, right? Every entrepreneur probably does claim to be that. But in the old days, you'd maybe pick up 100 fish every month, manually sample, look at the fish, try to get information on how the fish is doing. With our camera system, you can measure 100,000 fish every single day and get information on the disease, on the parasite level, all the things basically that makes a fish farmer go to bed with a lump in his stomach, being unsure. Have I done a good job today? Is my fish healthy? Is it doing well? Should I change something in the diet, in the production? We try to remove all that uncertainty so that the fish farmer can make better decisions also for welfare, but for a range of other applications, which I'll happily speak about if I have more time.
Would you like to address one of these points?
Sure. If I have the time, yeah. So
you have a minute and a half.
Minute and a half, that's good. I think the reason why I started the company was I was living at a farm after my studies for a week to learn. We did manual weight sampling of the fish. I had just finished 5 years of engineering school, and we took out 20 fish, put them on kitchen top weights, and I watched as the weight went from 0 grams to 500 grams in a rocking boat. And that was the way, and still is the way, many fish farmers get the weight sampling done. And why is that important? Well, if you're going to do optimized feeding, for instance, you have to know how much the fish is growing. If you don't know the precise growth of the fish, it is impossible to claim to be feeding the fish optimally as well. So in terms of improving the FCR, the feed conversion rate, our data can be a very important trigger for fish farmers to change operations. Yeah, was that 1 minute?
You have about 3 seconds left. Do you want to breathe?
Yeah, I'll pass it to the next guy.
That's really fascinating. Christo, what technology is being used and what is on its way that's going to minimize environmental impact while improving productivity, which is what we're talking about right now?
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. I've had about 20 years of experience on land-based farming of different species. And strangely enough, simpler is better. So what we found, and one of the things, I'm glad we have an image up of the farm in Iceland, is it's a very simple system. We're farming with a native species that's used to the conditions, used to the water quality, and they live in lakes. So we really mimic the natural environment. So we make use of a lot of ancient technology, if I can call it that. And what we have in Iceland is we have a lot of water, either runoff, snow melt, runoff from glaciers. It's slightly saline, so it's not in competition, the use of the water, with humans. We're not competing with drinking water or golf courses or anything like that. The water is naturally filtered. The whole island is sitting on lava rock that's a couple of 100,000 years old. All that water gets naturally filtered with the lava rock, so there's no mechanical filtration needed. Our water is geothermally heated. So we're on a geothermal island. The water is a constant 10 degrees Celsius the whole year round, whether it's summer 10 degrees outside or whether it's winter -5. So that means we can literally take the water straight out of the ground, run it through the tanks and clean it out and return it. It's not high tech, but it's a unique set of circumstances that makes it possible for us to be extremely sustainable. We situated right next to a geothermal power plant, so all our electricity comes from geothermal. I can literally see the plant from the farm. Another thing we do is we make use of gravity. So we pump the water once, we do use electricity, but then we reuse it after cleaning it. So we clean the water after each cycle, add oxygen, and it goes through to the next tank. In terms of new technology, there's a finite number of good fish farmers in the world. I'm specifically talking about land-based, and they typically have blue fingers, like a horticulturalist needs green fingers. Now, one of the challenges to scale is to find these individuals who have that knack for fish farming. What the new technology allows us to do is to replicate and leverage off the manager's knowledge. So what Sven is doing and other companies is AI and image processing of fish allows you to see all your fish, like a fish farmer would stand next to the tank and have a look and look at the fish under his care. Effectively, you can do that, and with AI, get masses of data, interpret it, and help the manager make decisions. We've actually implemented a system where we have automated feeding, so it's all remotely controlled. We have cameras in the tanks that will count any feed that's wasted, that's not eaten, and that will speak directly again to the feeding system, and through AI it will keep learning. So it'll pick up seasonal variations, and it'll teach itself to feed the fish on demand. So not only are we not wasting feed, but we're also not wasting a feeding opportunity. So that leads to better utilization, less feed waste, better FCR. What's coming in terms of tech is the next phase is facial recognition for fish. So the software will start recognizing...
Sorry, did you say facial recognition for fish?
Absolutely. So the technology will recognize each individual fish based on spots on the body of the fish. And it will tell you that it's seen the same fish over a period of time, and that was the length and the growth and the welfare of that individual fish. It'll do it for hundreds of thousands of fish. But that's where we're going to, and that's the responsible way, because without welfare, you don't have production. So you want happy, healthy, well-eating fish, and that's the sort of technology that's going to help us.
Do you think some of the fish will protest this new technology of facial recognition? Not going there, not going there.
We'll have to check with the EU regulation on privacy.
Robin, do you want to just chime in on this part about fundraising? Is key in this part about being able to meet the gap that you've been talking about, this technology that's coming out. How are we going to pay for all of this?
Well, we need in the investment community to step in, but of course we've got all these issues, don't we? They need to understand what the risk looks like. They need to understand what the return is going to look like. And we have to be better at and more prolific at modeling these things at this stage. I mean, I think that there are growing investor interest. I'm not sure that there's a huge awareness about how urgent the issue is. My experience, and I'll look at Ali because we both deal with investors, there is not a recognition that this is a longer term play. It may not be profit tomorrow, or it may not be profit this month, but if we don't start this transition, we're not going to be where we need to be in time to meet the needs of the growing population. And this has got me up at night. I do worry about it, because with the investment community, if you're just doing a pure play on finance, you're not doing that. What is the risk? What is the potential risk of inaction? And we need to model that in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point about the financing of these companies such as ours. We've been fortunate. We have, for instance, Sven Blue Ocean. I believe Olivier and Priska are in the room. Very good investors. Hi, guys. I know they're also raising a new fund, so I'm sure they'll be happy to speak to many of the investors here. But the point is, it's also up to us as entrepreneurs to create businesses that are sustainable to invest in. We can't expect to create systems that have an impact, but are not sustainable financially. So I think it is actually, we should also expect more from us. And again, our customers, right? That's going to be the decision gate. Our customers, like the food producers, using new technologies that make them more sustainable, are they investing in it? Because if I were an investor, I would not invest in something that I think could have an impact, but never a financial like sustainability, because it wouldn't scale anyway. Like at some point that stops, money stops. So it's up to us.
I think that there's an issue here about regulatory certainty. If we had more regulatory structure that would give a level playing field and give more certainty. We also have subsidies that are just going the wrong direction, and they're going into supporting maybe old wild catch fisheries instead of looking at the new technology that we need to move forward with.
Well, we're going to talk about feed, and in this, Ali's going to specifically refer to some new financing and ways to finance these ventures, but I'm going to let Alessandro speak. So, Alessandro, here we have a question for you. One of the main issues related to aquaculture is clearly feed. And farmed fish are fed with fish oil and fish meal made out of wild herring, mackerel, anchovies, and sardines. So the growing importance of aquaculture is therefore putting an increased pressure on these species, and there is a need to find alternative sources of protein. So Alessandro, who bears the cost of sustainable aquaculture feeds and feed ingredients? And the second part of that question is, who takes the responsibility of reducing the impact of the aquaculture value chain?
Well, this is a very interesting question, and it's a question that I always ask when I go and see my potential clients and stakeholders in general. I ask them, who bears the cost of turning aquaculture into a more sustainable business, especially reducing its pressure on the ocean? And the real answer is no one would want to, right? So feed producers, fish farmers, even the end consumers don't want to pay extra money to be able to make this value chain more sustainable. There are a series of reasons why. Well, it's especially a matter of cost. So new alternative solutions to fish meal are generally very expensive, but also they are not, or they're very slow at scaling. And also they have another issue, which is quality, because quality needs to be consistent in every ingredient for being able to make hundreds of thousands or even millions of tons of feed. And so in order to prove that this whole system holds together and actually creates value, we made an effort to involve all the stakeholders from the feed producers to the supermarkets and the end consumers. So we went and speak, for example, to the largest supermarket chain in Italy. They have 9 billion euros in revenue alone. And they said, oh, I don't know, novel proteins, how can we advertise that to the end consumers, etc. I said, don't worry, let's try it out. So we involved a feed producer to produce the feed made with our protein. We involved a fish farmer that is actually the direct supplier of this large supermarket chain. And we fed this fish throughout the production cycle. And we went and we brought this fish to the supermarket to do a blind test on taste and and we gave them the results of growth and fish health. And it turned out that not only our fish was 15%, it was growing 15% better, but also it had less fat in percentage, so the fish would have more value when you fillet the fish, and it even won the panel test, so it tasted better. So, in all this, I think it's really hard to to prove all this just on paper. People have to try it out, but people have to be willing to try it out. So now this supermarket is distributing a lot of fish that is grown with our feeds, and they're making extra money out of it because they're making more fillet out of each fish compared to what they used to have before with the traditional feeding.
Thank you. Christo, can land-based fish farms compete with other terrestrial or sea-based protein production when it comes to CO2 levels produced?
Yes, certainly they can. We actually find that fish are very efficient. So in our case, we did our numbers for 2023. We published an impact report. And throughout the year, we saw that we produced 2.7 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per kilogram of fish. And to put that in context, terrestrial animals like beef and lamb would probably be 15 to 20 kilograms. Poultry and pork would be 5 to 8. So it can be a very low number. And just to add to that, also in terms of the feed, we have a fantastic program in Iceland, which is nothing to do with me, but because there's a huge, well-managed wild fishery, there's a movement called 100% fish. And so they make sure that 100% of the fish that's caught is being used and value added. So in our case, more than 95% of the fish meal that we use are coming from trimmings of wild-caught whitefish, which means that would otherwise probably have gone to waste or very low value, and in this way you actually enhance the value of that catch. So there are ways around, but of course new technology, new novel feed ingredients are here to stay, and we cannot wait for them to scale to start including them.
Yeah, can I just add another thought on this? Seaweed, if you are shifting to growing seaweed as part of your aquaculture product, which also, by the way, can be used to solve some of the plastic problem as possible bioplastics. It can be fertilizer substitute, so we can get away from fossil fuel fertilizer. Seaweed is 20 times more effective than on-base land-based plants in terms of absorbing carbon. So that, to me, seems like a no-brainer in many ways.
Ali, I have a question, and when we were talking about this, I'm actually quite interested to hear your reply to this. So how has the last anchovy fishing season in Peru highlighted the need for feed, and how are you suggesting to ultra-high net worth family offices to think about financing such ventures?
I'm sure this question is on everyone's mind. First, I think I would like to do a zoom out and talk about where the money is going from family offices in CREO into what parts of aquaculture value chain. So I think this is very illuminating when you think about what investors are interested in. Between 2020 and 2022, $14 million were deployed into aquaculture technology companies. Between 2020 and 2022, 27 million of US dollars were catalyzed into production systems, most of which were recirculating aquaculture systems, and $55 million were deployed into alternative feed companies. So we see feed as a very necessary solution that we need to solve, because it is, without alternative feed, we are really limiting the growth of aquaculture as we see it now. Actually, 90% of the forage fish, which are the herring, the mackerel, the anchovies, those are converted into fish meal and fish oil. 90% of all of those fish fished within their season. So what has really been interesting to see is the recent Peruvian anchovy season and how that has affected the price of fish meal and fish oil. Peru ended up having to cancel its first anchovy season because there were too many juveniles in the fishery. The Peruvian anchovy fishery is a commercial behemoth. It brings in over $1 billion into the country every year and produces at least half of the global fish meal and about a third of the fish oil. That cancellation reverberated throughout the aquaculture economy. It rose the price of fish meal and fish oil, and to further that, they had to reduce the amount of millions of metric tons that could be caught in the second anchovy fishery. So what usually is about 4.45 million tons of anchovies that are landed throughout the fishery season decreased to 1.2 million metric tons, and 336,000 of those metric tons were juveniles, meaning that they could not be used in fish meal, fish oil. They shouldn't have been caught anyway. So we are seeing a huge issue with the volatility of wild forage fisheries, and an incredible need to be able to identify some of these other solutions. And now there's no solution that has emerged as the single one thing that investors, or I recommend that investors rally around, because it's very hard to replicate the nutritional profile that these forage fisheries give to feed. So we need to think about different solutions as complementary to each other. So we have the black soldier fly larvae, we have the algal oil to help with fish oil, we have plant-based solutions, but it really does take a wide vision of what these feed options need to be in order to really increase aquaculture, sustainable aquaculture production. Another one statistic I'll leave you guys with, sorry, I'm throwing out a lot of numbers here, but 80% of production costs in aquaculture are due to feed. So it's something that's really important to think about, and you know, being able to get alternative feed to price parity as well with typical super prime, which is 65% protein feed, is very important. So it's just an area that is going to be a bottleneck for the sustainable aquaculture industry unless we're able to find those solutions.
Yeah, I wanted to add just a few more numbers because we didn't have enough. So the availability of fish meal decreased obviously a lot, but we also have to think about that aquaculture is increasing as an industry, is growing. So it's growing at 7% per year at this pace. And we are not foreseeing any increase in the availability of fish meal between here and 2030, at least. So what will feed the fish, the salmon, and all the farm fish, if not alternative proteins? And this is going to become a market that will be worth over 20 billion by 2030. So it's really important to invest in this market. And I just want to also tell you about the takeaways that I had from the North Atlantic Seafood Forum that I attended 2 weeks ago, which is the largest aquaculture conference in the world. There were the CEOs of basically all the largest feed companies and of the largest salmon producers, and they were very transparent. And in fact, as Ali was saying, transparency is very important here. They were very transparent in saying that they're reducing the amount of fish meal that they use, but the fish meal is that ingredient that makes sure that the salmon grows healthy, it has a good growth performance, so it's a really key ingredient. And it's for the farmers, it's really hard, because farmers don't want to give up on fish meal. And they need something to replace fish meal one-to-one. Oh, there's it insect. Just saying. But what's also very important is that their mortality is increasing in salmon. The average size of salmon that is being fished for the market is decreasing because they want to avoid all kind of diseases, etc. And a lot of this is due to feed. So it's really important to be able, and also food conversion ratio is decreasing because the quality of protein that is in feeds is decreasing because of the lack of fish meal and of other ingredients such as soy.
But Alessandro, let's go into the finance here, because designing sustainable business models is key to deploying these innovative solutions at scale. So do you want to just continue? You talked about scalability, you've talked about consistent quality, cost effectiveness, all these things. Does Intersect provide a product to the industry that respects these perimeters? And if yes, how long will that take?
Yes, so novel proteins generally have a long time to market because we need to respect these three criteria. So it's a scalability, competitive cost, and consistent quality. And what we're doing differently from other alternative proteins is that we set up a model of working with external production partners in order to use our technology that we developed in industrial plants that already have the capacity of producing a lot of it. So we are already taking out the problem of consistent quality and of scalability. In terms of cost, we are reducing costs as we hit the economy of scale, and in parallel, we're working on making our super cool ingredient in-house through the, let's say, standard process of having a pilot plant where we can prove the technology, and also we can prove the economics of the technology, so that we then build an industrial plant. But this takes time, and for us it's very, very important. We say always, in Eatinsect, we always say market first. So we really want to create this market and to be able to serve this market even before we have our own facilities.
There are a couple of things embedded in this. In some of the alternative feed that we're looking at, there's soy, but in your, in the desire to replace some of the fish with soy, we're deforesting the Amazon. So we can't just be looking at alternative additives without looking at the holistic issue and what the impacts holistically are. I'm not saying that you're not. I know what you're doing and I think it's great. But the other thing is looking at fish that needs to be fed. I don't have the statistics for onshore facilities, but the CapEx needed to grow to the 2050 numbers we're looking at for offshore facilities is $6 to $20 a kilogram. For the RAS, the onshore internal system, it's $10 to $24 per kilogram. For cultivated lab grown, it's $50 per kilogram, and that's only seen to reduce to $40 per kilogram by 2050. The most cost-effective growth in aquaculture is actually the regenerative, and that's back to the bivalves and seaweed, but that has a maximum of about $1.50 per kilogram in terms of investment.
Yeah, I think it's also really important to recognize that at different stages of a company's growth, especially with regards to alternative feed, venture financing is not necessarily, nor should it be, the right type of capital going into it. These types of companies require a lot of research and development, where non-dilutive finance with government and private grants are very necessary to be able to identify the right solutions here. So when we're thinking about different financial vehicles that should be coming about in, I would say, the next 5 years, and we are starting to see actually some of this deployment into the space. Actually, I think, Alessandro, the Italian government gave you guys a grant recently, about $600,000 to start more research and development within Insect, which is a great example of actual governments taking a step towards this. But I think we'll see a lot more blended finance models coming out for investors to see that there's actually a way to push this alternative feed industry forward. And it might be interesting to see if there are more modular approaches as well to the alternative feed sector, to see if there are companies that aren't just trying to grow to scale within 5 years, but thinking about slow modular growth. And I also think that we should look at emerging countries as well to think about where the alternative feed opportunities are. So I would say that those are my key investment suggestions.
Thank you, Ali. We have about 5 minutes left on the panel, and we're going to have a Q&A, but I want to give Christo and Sven a chance to also chime in on this subject. Sven, 10 years ago, you sold a company that made it possible to feed fish remotely, which at the time was the best way of improving operations. So how has automation changed the aquaculture space?
Yeah, that's right. So 10 years ago, the way forward was to do remote feeding centers, which was what we did. Collecting the best individuals, the blue fingers, or what you call it, Christo, to feed as many fish as possible. But basically what you're trying to do is have a number of people follow a very strict set of rules without deviation from the rules, which is trying really to get like a computer. So the next wave of improvement, like the next frontier, we call it, will be the automation of a couple of key things in fish farming, feeding being one of them. We're able to do automatic feeding in a very short time. That will enable a lower feed conversion rate, but not least, we can also improve the production output. That's one thing. A different thing altogether is, so every salmon producer, almost no matter where you are in the world, needs to manually sample the fish for these sea lice. It's a parasite that is very bad for both the farmed fish, but also for the wild fish. So our system is approved now by many governments to replace the need for manual sampling of the fish. So you simply automate the task. There's lower cost. There's not the work needed to be done. You don't need to sample the fish, which is bad for the fish, and you get better data. So I think automation is going to bring a lot of improvement. I think Robin had 2% improvement from technology, if I understood correctly. We have much higher ambitions. Maybe it ends up being 2%, but we think there's still a lot to be done in terms of optimizing the production.
Thank you. Christo, round off the panel for us here. What are the key considerations when selecting a site, system design, and smart farming technologies for a land-based aquaculture facility?
Thank you indeed. It'll be a short recap. I've mentioned them. How much energy do you use? Minimize that. Where do you get your energy from? And make sure it's a renewable source. Are you using water? Of course you're using water. What water are you using? Who else is competing for it? And is it sustainable? What are your logistics? Choose your location wisely. Make sure you don't have to fly all your fish. Select your species very carefully. If you can use a native species, it's always easier to manage and less risky than having a non-native species on the site. And then, of course, there's other issues such as zoning permissions, government regulations, whether the community actually wants you there. We've seen some real challenges, not ourselves, but some players in the North American market where they really struggle with communities, and those are the key ones.
Wow, that was a perfect way to end our panel this afternoon. Thank you. And we're right on time, may I say, Team Aquaculture. Thank you. We'd like to open up the floor for questions. I just have to give you a microphone.
Hi, Nick Wise from Ocean Mind. A couple of comments and then a question. So when we're thinking about forage fish, roughly speaking, up to twice the amount of forage fish is needed turned into fish meal to produce a unit of salmon. And a lot of those fish are actually being caught in West Africa as well. And that is depleting stocks and causing starvation and poverty. So I think these things need to be taken into account as well. When we're talking about AI, one of the big challenges there is in false positives and what we currently call hallucination. And I think that is a big challenge to scale. So we need to understand how that is overcome in these various systems. But the question I wanted to ask is actually in reference to Ian Abina's story, which I contributed to. And given that around 90% or maybe less now of aquaculture is in Asia, why do you feel that it would not be subject to labor abuses?
Oh, I mean, for sure it is, but we're talking about sustainable aquaculture, which, you know, I think that there is a big issue here where we need a global definition of what is sustainable, because we have, you know, we have the ASC standards, but we really do need to think about what do sustainable practices look like and what corporations are going to be held accountable for. Because in the end, the money to be able to scale this $55 billion to $140 billion, it's not just going to come from family offices. We need corporations, so we need to make sure that their activities are being judged in all of the same way with a global definition of where your seafood is coming from. And let's, you know, make sure that all these practices are sustainable. We also need fiduciaries and pension funds to come in, which there is a data gap right now in order for those risk management products to be developed so that pension funds and fiduciaries feel comfortable to come in. So I'm not saying that there are no bad actors in aquaculture. There for sure are, and that is a very real danger. But when we're thinking about sustainable aquaculture, we need that definition. We need to apply that definition to corporations and their activities. And it needs to be done in the right way so that we don't have any risk of forced labor in the sustainable aquaculture industry.
Hi there, great panel. Thank you all. Sally Ozell from the Stimson Center. I just want to build on what the gentleman here said about West Africa. All one has to do is visit the Gambia or Senegal, and you'll see this explosion of fish meal factories and fish oil factories, which is, in fact, reducing the food security, the economic security, and whatnot for coastal communities. That said, the EU and the US has a seafood traceability program. The EU system tracks wild-caught fish. The US system tracks wild-caught and aquaculture fish. None of them track the feed of aquaculture. So question I have is, would it make sense as these traceability systems are building out, would it make sense to include where seafood, aquaculture seafood's feed is coming from, adding those sort of data elements to the listed data elements that are now being tracked?
It would definitely be great to have traceability there. Everybody's doing their bit to be able to trace the value chain. I know that the Aquaculture Stewardship Council is doing quite a bit of work to certify fisheries and make sure that the fish that goes into aquaculture feeds is controlled as much as possible. But for what I know, and I might have wrong data, but none of the feed producers use 100% certified fish meal. And they're working towards it, and we make sure that what goes into our feeds is, for example, only from byproducts from fishing when it gets formulated into complete feeds. But that's ongoing work.
I'd just like to add to that, and that is that the ASC is busy. Well, they have actually launched their feed standard. Which is now a standard that the feed companies would have to comply with. And this is not my field, but I know that there is an organization called the Marin Trust, and they definitely track fish meal. So the fact that you can say that it's not 100% certified fish meal means that there is a way to certify your fish meal. So if you want to be responsible, there is a way to make sure and put the pressure on for instance, a feed company to ask the questions.
Okay, let me just follow up briefly. But what I'm saying is, do you think government tracking traceability systems should include a transparent data element, moving it into the government, because we already have these government systems that track seafood for wild caught?
I think they should, but I don't know if they'll work, to be totally honest. I mean, being able to see what happened with the Ocean Outlaw project report and the corporations that are implied there, they had no idea where their fish was coming from. So I think this highlights the difficulty of traceability within any part of the fishery, whether it's aquaculture, wild fishery, feed as well. There are some places you cannot get data from. And so it is going to be a huge lift. I think that does not mean we should not try. That does not mean we should not try at all, but it's just with the understanding that we have traceability programs already in place that have failed. So we need to figure out something that's either different, where you have to comply with reporting, or you need to be able to get data in different ways from fisheries and aquaculture.
An information that I read, which was why I was quite shocked about, is that still today for human consumption, 1 out of 5 fish that we buy is sold with a different name from what actually that fish is, and especially when we buy it already filleted and already and that we can't recognize the species, and that's already shocking for human consumption. Imagine for fish that goes into becoming a protein meal.
To what extent does this become the responsibility of the fish grower? And I think that it's fine to say government should, but if there's some sort of regulatory mandate that says that the company itself needs to know what its supplier is supplying, and there's enforcement of that regulation, it will be much more effective, in my mind.
And just to comment on the report again, the companies referenced could have known that that was happening. They chose not to look. And I think that's a big issue. Many retailers are choosing not to look because as soon as they look, they are subject to regulation. They have to do something about it, but they can not know.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
I actually just, if I have 1 minute, may I, Olivia? Robin, you were talking about the things that keep you up at night. Can you give us, to close this, something positive that you've seen? And if you can't, I'll just throw the mic this way. But positive that you see is coming into the aquaculture sector that leaves us with something to think about in a positive way.
I think all of my panelists are very positive and have got a lot of excellent ideas. And yes, there is a lot of positive energy going into this. I guess the one thing that does keep me up at night, I will end on that, is we need to increase the rapidity of pace. I mean, this is where the funding and the investment really has to help us speed up now. So,
I think we'll do another panel, and you can all sit to my right so that I can get this kink out of my neck from listening so intently to you all. Thank you for Robin and Alessandro, Christo, Sven, Ali. Thank you for being here and listening as an audience. Have a wonderful Ocean Week.
Thank you again to all of you. Thanks to Nancy. Thanks to those panelists for that discussion on aquaculture. Thank you so much. All right, we have one more fireside chat for you before it's time for our coffee break. We're going to change gears a little bit here now. You all know the ocean covers nearly 70% of the Earth's surface. And given that that covers so much, you would think that we would know a bit more about it than we do. But actually, so much of the ocean is still incredibly unknown. Now, this is why exploring and enhancing our understanding of the global ocean ecosystem is key to addressing our environmental challenges today. So that's the subject of our next fireside chat on a mission to explore making a successful business out of ocean research. We're going to bring together for you a real success story and one of the investors who has been involved in making that success story happen. For that, would you please welcome with me Brian Connon, who is the VP of Ocean Mapping at Saildrone, and Jérôme de Botton from Capricorn Investments. Welcome. Welcome, Jérôme. Please have a seat. Welcome, welcome to both of you. Jérôme, I'm going to start with you. So, Capricorn has been involved in impact investing for 20 years. If you're not familiar, they now manage about $7 billion in assets. Some of the other investments include Tesla, SpaceX, Planet Labs. So my first question for you is, what is it about a company that makes you want to invest in it? Is there a secret sauce?
Well, thank you. And not that I would like Capricorn to be the focus, because obviously Saildrone is an incredible company, which we've backed now for almost 10 years. And I see a number of LPs and friends in the room, so I don't want to bore you with the whole story of Capricorn. But it relates to your question to the extent that we feel strongly about our mission statement. And the mission statement of the firm, when it was created in 2002, was about finding scalable solutions to global environmental and social problems. And that's what we've been focusing on for 22 years now. The firm has about 10 billion in assets. About half of those assets are deployed in traditional sustainability-related investments. So we invest in public equities. We invest a lot in funds managed by others. So I was certainly listening today as a potential investor in some of the things that were presented. We have another 3 billion that we've deployed in GP stakes. By GP stakes, we like to invest in emerging asset management companies. So typical emerging managers who have a strong view or a very interesting subject, whether it's social or environmental, but wants to build an asset management. We feel, in fact, to answer some of the points that were made earlier, that part of the solution is having more asset management companies focusing on those environmental issues, and in turn, who can raise more assets and also be the recipient of larger allocations. One of the problems being today, if you're a large asset gatherer and you want to do something in aqua fishing and you have billions to deploy, you just can't, because there are only so few asset management companies that would be able to take those assets from you. And then, the last third of our asset has been on what you relate to as impact investing. Indeed, we were in what we call at Capricorn climate tech from the very beginning. We were fortunate at the inception of the firm to have a partner who found himself very rich at a very young age and who decided to use those assets to make the world a better place. He created a foundation called the Skoll Foundation. He created a storytelling company that became a very well-regarded movie production company by the name of Participant. And then in turn, Jeff Skoll is his name, as I said, one of the 2 founders of eBay, decided to create Capricorn with 4 of my partners who are still here today, with one of the strong intention was to develop technologies. At the time, it was maybe called clean tech, then it became deep tech. Today, the word is climate tech. But indeed, we were investor number 3 or 4, I don't know, in SpaceX. The year it was founded, we invested in Tesla as investment number 4. And then a long series of investment in batteries, in renewable energy, in storage of energy, in space, in a number of related companies to space. And space is what led us to sell drone. As stated, we were active with SpaceX, active with a company called Planet. If you're familiar with Planet, it is one company that produces daily imagery that you find in the commercial press whenever you see a picture of Ukraine from up above, or when you see pictures of deforestation. All this is done by a company called Planet, initially called Planet Lab. And what Planet thought was bringing to the investors was this ability to monitor everything that happens on the planet. They have now a constellation of 300 satellites taking pictures of everything on this planet every 7 minutes. So when you talk about AI and the value of data, and you think of the fact that they now have terabytes of data going back 7 years, to a point where if you wonder whether your neighbor actually cut a branch so many years ago, you can go back and look at those pictures. But the problem we had with Seldrome, with the Planet that led us to Seldrome, is, as you know, that 75% of the surface of the planet is water. And from up above, you really cannot gather data with the satellite that we have. So we were looking for alternative, new ideas, and we ran into Richard Jenkins, who was the founder of Seldrome. Several years after having established a new world record of an unmanned vehicle on sand, but who was thinking and who was already making some inroads into building an unmanned vehicle, as you will see behind us. Eventually, he started as a non-for-profit. The Windy Schmidt Foundation thought that the idea had real merits and that someone should fund a project of that type. We followed them for several years, up to the point where in 2015, it was decided to go from non-for-profit to for-profit company. We invested in the Series A, B, and recently C. And total transparency, because I heard that it's important too, we own about 12% of Seldrome. And that's how we got connected with Brian and his team.
Thanks for that, Jerome. So Brian, for those in the room who aren't familiar with Seldrome, talk us through it. Like, what's the pitch? How does it work? And what's it for?
Right, thank you. So we're builders and operators of uncrewed surface vehicles, or USVs, that are primarily wind-propelled and solar-powered. And the idea is that we can increase access to our oceans with a lower cost, lower risk to people, and a lower carbon impact on the environment. Because, as you mentioned in your opening, there's so much we don't know about our planet, and with the ocean covering so much of it, if we can't measure what is out in the oceans, we can't really model or predict what is happening. And so at Saildrone, our vision is we build these USVs, and then we put the right sensors on them to collect the data that is most needed by those who are making important decisions about our climate. Now, we don't sell the vehicles themselves. We are a data or a mission as a service company. So again, that's reducing entry into the market for countries or groups who want to go out and collect this data, but maybe can't afford to do it from a traditionally crewed ship, which costs a lot of money and burns a lot of fuel. So as an example, we compared our ocean mapping mission to NOAA survey ships up in the Aleutians in 2022, and we avoided 97% of the carbon had a survey ship done that work. So we firmly believe that our niche is this long endurance and reduced carbon aspect to allow us to better quantify the planet.
And Saildrone can also play a role when it comes to extreme weather events. Just tell us quickly about that.
Right, so we had an idea from NOAA to drive a Saildrone into a hurricane on purpose. And so we went through a year of testing of designing a hurricane wing, which would allow us to survive going into the eye wall of a hurricane. And over the last 3 years, we've executed that mission several times, going into Cat 4 hurricanes. I live near New Orleans, so this is really important to me. And the idea is we don't predict or forecast intensification of hurricanes very well. We're pretty good at the track, but when you look at storms like Hurricane Katrina back in 2005, overnight it exploded and became a Category 5 storm that no one had predicted. And so if you can't make those forecasts, people are in danger because they think, oh, it's only a Cat 2. I'm going to stay in my house. I can ride it out. And then overnight it becomes a Cat 4. So what we do is we measure energy fluxes between the ocean and the atmosphere inside the hurricane to try and understand and capture the data required so we can model the physics of what's actually happening inside it.
And Jerome, just tell us a bit more from the very beginning when Capricorn first invested. Was there something in particular that spoke to Capricorn as an investor, something specifically that you said, this is something we want to invest in?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said earlier, the search for data was driving us to find some technology to get good information about the ocean. And other things exist, but they all require sending out a ship to sea, very expensive and very limited in terms of its scope. So what we liked right away with Saildrone, and I think we invested very rapidly after it was decided to do a Series A round, was the fact that they were talking already about sending out 1,000 ships across the oceans. And since then, they've built bigger ships and they do even greater things. But it was the drive to be able to monitor the sea as much as we could monitor Earth.
Brian, as Saildrone was trying to develop its business, was the focus more on the science or on making money, or a little of both?
So really it was to show the capability, and what that capability could be science, it could be surveillance, it could be ocean mapping, and those are our 3 business lines today. But really what Richard was really focused on when he started the company was, we really have to prove that you can do it, and then take that to look for investment. And he's mentioned the Schmitz who got involved early on, saw the potential, and he built from there. And so we spent a lot of time working on the reliability of our vehicles and the quality of data that we're collecting. And so we spent about 7 years working with NOAA to validate the quality of the data that we collect for our mid-ocean sensors. And that really goes a long way to, as you go talk to potential customers, you can back it up and say that, we have that stamp of approval that we are collecting good quality data.
And then how did you go from there, from the beginnings as a startup to the unicorn success that it became?
Well, relentless persistence is probably the one way. It was starting out building our reputation, building the brand as ocean science data collection, supporting climate studies, working with universities in a lot of cases with small projects, and then really getting recognized by NOAA and others on the U.S. side in the government to go out and do these kind of bigger projects longer term. Our small vehicle can stay at sea for 12 months. No one has ever done that of having, you know, certainly there are buoys, but when you have a vehicle that you can steer and send to specific places that can stay out for that long, it's really a game changer offshore. And then I joined the company in 2020 to build our ocean mapping capability so that we could apply this technology towards filling those gaps that you mentioned early on, that we just don't know what is on the bottom of our oceans. And so, again, working with governments, because in this field, governments are really ones who are doing ocean mapping. Yes, there's some for offshore wind or oil and gas, but if you're looking at safety of navigation or EEZ mapping, that's primarily done by governments. We also put cameras on our vehicles and started taking pictures, and then developed a machine learning capability to recognize objects and classify them while we're out there. That became very attractive to a number of folks in the security space. You know, could we patrol for illegal fishing in marine protected areas? Could we patrol for human trafficking and drug trafficking? Could we do surveillance for security interests for the U.S. Navy and others? And all of those things are true. And so while we started on the science piece, certainly we are now seeing a lot more interest simply because we can put more eyes and ears on the ocean.
Jerome, talk to us about the notion of patience when you're investing in deep tech. When Capricorn first invested in Saildrone, were you thinking 2 years or 10 years or 20 years?
We have to say a date because now we invest other people's money. You know, initially it was the partners' money, and you know, investing in SpaceX when it's launched, you really have to believe in the entrepreneur and the fact that someone's going to be able to do a better job at it than say NASA. Tesla, you know, there were 500 electrical car, you know, ventures at the time. Maybe 2 or 3 made it, but only really one revolutionized the auto industry. That's obviously Tesla. But that took 20 years, you know, and that's why we keep telling our investors is that we do fun things, you know, we do things that have extraordinary potential, but whether you invest in SpaceX or QuantumScape or Saildrone or Planet or some of the other names that I could mention, you have to have this mindset that it's about changing the world, and you don't change the world overnight. So typically it will be 10 years plus, you know, and sometimes it's been 15 years plus. But our investors understand that, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're supportive of the work that we do at Capricorn. We make very few investments. You know, it's pretty odd to say that we are 20 plus years into the business. We manage very significant assets. And yet, if you look at our track record in venture, it's about 40 names. Which means basically 2 a year on average, which is a bit frustrating because you'd like to do more and you know, be even more impactful, and you end saying no to a lot of people. But I think the secret sauce, if there is one to be had about Capricorn, beyond the mission and the quality of my partners, it's that they're really driven for change. And therefore, they will be patient before we reach that stage.
This OIP is all about connecting ocean innovators with ocean investors. Brian, what was the biggest challenge? I know you weren't at Saildrone right at the beginning, but from what you've learned, what was the biggest challenge for Saildrone in actually getting money and actually convincing investors right at the start?
Right, I think it was just trying to build the product to be able to show what we could do. So you know, Richard, our founder, did that a lot on his own. And
in his garage, you said that?
Yeah, there was in the garage around. He was scrounging pieces of composite from shipyards and using his network in the sailing world to get the materials that he needed. And so I think the real challenge was just getting the tech to the point that he was willing to show it. And he is a very demanding CEO for along those lines. So I think that was probably the biggest challenge was showing the capability and then getting a little bit of money and then taking it the next step, showing more capability and going after that additional funding. And that was the approach that he took.
Jerome, what should innovators who are perhaps here today, who are late Series A, late Series B, what should they be doing to get an investment group like Capricorn to invest if you only do 2 per year?
First, they have to reach out to us, and we try to be pretty open. And we have analysts in Palo Alto and in New York who speak all languages. So clearly there's no obstacle per se. People have to remember what our mission statement. We're about global solutions, and therefore scalable technologies. So it has to be something where you feel if you get an investment from Capricorn that it will contribute to a significant change. So there's certain things we don't do, like we didn't do apps, we don't do certain things which we fear are too easily replicable. So it's about this situation where you invest in a company that in a business that's capital intensive. You make that investment, you make sure to commit and help that company and refinance it when it's needed and be there all along. And in the end, you're making sure that this group of entrepreneurs is there to make it work. But that company, again, has to be focused on sustainability, has to be impactful, has to be about bringing up changes.
Brian, the same question for you, flipped around. Saildrone's now post-Series C. With the experience of hindsight, just experience in general, what piece of advice would you give to innovators here?
Yeah, I think really the key to our success was to have I will say an operational customer who was our ambassador, on the receiving end, who believed in us as well and helped facilitate those early investments by conducting missions that showed the results, the data quality, the scientific results, because then you can turn those around and present those to investment firms to show them that, yes, we can do this and it's worthwhile. And it also helped us that we were sitting at the top of Silicon Valley. And in Silicon Valley, you have a lot of people who are, a workforce source who are used to working in a high-paced environment and really dedicated to making sure that things work. So that was a benefit for us too, just location.
We've been talking a lot today about transparency and the importance of transparency. Can you each talk about that and why that is so key? And I know jokingly, Jerome, you said to me as a joke, I should ask what they didn't tell us. Talk to us a bit about that. And are there things that are hidden just by necessity, or is it full transparency? What's the ideal?
Well, things have changed quite a bit. Well, first of all, I should say everybody means to be transparent. It becomes a matter of when the information is really relevant. When you invest in venture and you raise money for a 10-year fund, sending a monthly report is about self-defeating. It's not about next month. It's about a year or 2 or 3 or 5 from now. And yet, as you do raise money from foundation and traditional investors, they have themselves those requirements to get data from the asset managers quarterly in the best case. So yeah, we need to put out a lot of information. What has really changed over the past 4 years since COVID has been the influx of SPACs, which are those new investment vehicles that allow, in essence, what is still a venture business, not a profitable business, one that may be growing, to go to the public market and raise money through such vehicle. And many of our portfolio companies like Joby Aviation or QuantumScape or Planet that I mentioned earlier went that route. And the downside of that is that suddenly the investors see the value of those investments move up and down every day, every week, every month. They become totally emotional about it and forget that, as I mentioned, for SpaceX or Tesla, in fact, Tesla is a fantastic example where you look at what the early investors made the day the company had its IPO and how much more they would have made. And it's an exponential number compared to the early stage had they kept it till recently. So we like to tell our investors, I'm repeating myself here, that what we do is really longer term. And information is important. We'll get the right information, but we try not to blind them with just too much information as the SPACs do.
Brian, what's your response?
Well, of course, we are completely transparent with our investors. And really, there are certainly things that our board wants to see and our investors that they want to see, and we certainly provide that. And generally, it is financial. But the thing that I've liked with our board is, I get to go up and brief them on the ocean mapping piece of our business and explain to them what we're trying to do and give them that visibility into our actual operations. So it's not just about the finances, it's about how we're operating. And I think that's been really appreciated. We've gotten a lot of really good feedback from them on that.
Brian, earlier today, Emmanuel Ledon was talking about the importance of partnerships. And I know that's something that's been key to Saildrone as well. Can you tell us about that?
Right, partnering with other companies, with government agencies, international agencies are a big part of what we do. It's a small community in the ocean space, it really is. And so partnerships with things like Seabed 2030, which is a JEPCO and Nippon Foundation effort to map our world, that allows us to see what requirements are out there, what is the scale of what needs to be done, and opens up conversations that allow us to, frankly, sit down at a table and have those discussions that, we're all moving towards the same goal, even if we're in the, might be slightly competitive with one another, there's room for everyone. Again, 71% of the world's covered by water, so a lot of ocean out there for us to work.
We have people here from all over the world. What about branching out of your own region or your own country? Do you have any advice for innovators here who are hoping to scale up globally?
Right. I think the answer is every country with a coastline has the exact same issues that they're dealing with, whether that's managing marine resources or conserving fisheries or trying to understand coastal resilience against flooding. They all have these same issues, and so it's very easy to take something that works in one place and pitch that to another country who has the same issues, and maybe they just haven't identified a way to look at it. So I think that's the great thing about this space is we all sit on the edge of an ocean, we all rely on the ocean, and so we can all apply these solutions around the world.
Jerome, looking toward the future, how do you see Capricorn's relationship with Saildrone continuing?
Well, as you mentioned, they just went through a Series C funding at a valuation of just about 500 million, which is healthy for a company that's been around for 10 years. But as Brian, I think, touched on, the potential for Saildrone is far greater than what's been accomplished until now. So this is typically a situation where a growth fund will then participate again in Series D when it comes around. I think we're in Saildrone for many, many years to come.
And Brian, let's talk about Saildrone's objectives for the future. How do you scale up?
Well, we're scaling right now, and it's really about building the USVs to carry out the missions. What we realized early on, we had already built the first 100 small 7-meter USVs in-house. So we had those kind of in the warehouse ready to go. As we started building larger vehicles due to increased payloads that required more power and needed a bigger vehicle, we realized we couldn't build them fast enough. So we've outsourced the building of our hulls to a composite manufacturer for our 10-meter, and then for the 20-meter, we actually went with a naval shipbuilder in the U.S. called Austal USA, who's building these out of aluminum. And so when you do that, that allows you to very quickly scale up the production of these vehicles. And so now we can, look at the long-range pipeline and say, okay, well, it looks like we need to build another 5. We have the ability to do that very quickly. And so that's kind of our focus right now is what is the sweet spot for the number of vehicles that we put out and continue to improve the capabilities of the sensors that are already on board, and then evaluating new sensors and what new thing could we add that would give a return on investment for us, but also would be a game changer for the community. Again, I thank Elon Musk for Starlink, because in the offshore ocean world, that's a game changer. We can now move much bigger data sets from sea to shore that normally we would have to wait till we pulled into port. Now we can move that data immediately off the platform. And that's just opening up a huge, huge amount of opportunity for us.
We're almost out of time. Jerome, just a few words in closing.
Well, I would just add that while we are not solely focused on the ocean at Capricorn, and in fact, few of our investment are as closely related as the one to Saildrone, the number of companies that we've invested recently in the decarbonization area or industry who are having also, I think, or going to have a great impact on the industry that we've discussed all day, mostly because they've developed those electrolysis systems that turns basically carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide and other material that are then being used for jet fuel, SAF, and for the shipping industry. It's called 12. I encourage very much of you who like that topic to go at 12.co. It's a company that's already worth $1 billion, so they've already grown quite a bit. But I think in terms of impact, it'll be different than Celdrome, but probably as important.
And Brian?
No, I think it's great for the community for events like these, where you get together and see all the kind of very different technologies that are all focused in the same space, because that, again, opens the dialogue for us to have these conversations. So we believe at Celdrome that, you know, a healthy ocean results in a healthy world, and we want to be a part of that, and look forward to continuing.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you so much to both of you. All right, we are going to take our coffee break now. We're going to start back up again around 4:45. We're going to be talking about managing MPAs. Can I just please ask that everyone who's in the first 2 rows, can you take your things with you? Because we will have His Serene Highness Prince Albert II joining us with his team. So he'll take up a bit of this space. So please go ahead. If you could take your things and just move back, that would be great. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I think you're fine. I think this side, yeah, this is okay. Oops. Oh, thank you. My mic's there.
Check, check, check. Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to move back into the main room? We're about to get started once again. Everyone, if you would kindly please come back into the main room. It's about time for our final session at this Ocean Innovators Platform. Can I all kindly to please ask you to come quickly take your seats, as His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco will be arriving shortly. Please, everyone, start moving forward into the room and take your seats so the next session can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have you all come into the room for our last session of this Ocean Innovators Platform. If everyone could please come into the main room and take your seats. His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco is about to arrive. Please, everyone, if I could ask you to all move into this part of the room and take your seats, we would greatly appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand to welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. Monseigneur, welcome. Thank you for joining us here today, and welcome back, everyone. It's time now for our final panel of this Ocean Innovators Platform. I think all of us in this room understand the importance of reaching the ambitious 30 by 30 goal that was laid out by world leaders a little over a year ago today. One of the key things to get there is to create more marine protected areas, or MPAs, which are, of course, crucial for conserving our ocean's biodiversity. But managing these areas, as we've said earlier today, is a real challenge, and we're going to take a closer look now at the new technologies out there for more effective and affordable management of our MPAs. For this panel, would you please welcome back our moderator, Michelle Lee, and her panelists, Anna Draganova, Director of Pollination, Chiara Petroli, the CEO of WSense, Neil Tinmuth, the CEO of Aqua Ocean, Nick Wise, the CEO of Ocean Mind, and Romain Renou, Executive Director, MedFund.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and we're going to get right into the conversation. I want to start off by highlighting the innovators and experts that we have on this panel today to help us highlight technology and the role it plays in MPAs. So, to get us started, I am going to have Anna Draganova introduce herself. She is director at Pollination Group, comes to us from London, and wears the hat of an investor.
Thank you, Michelle. Pollination Group, some of you may have heard of us. We are a specialized advisory and investment firm focusing on accelerating the transition to net zero, nature positive, and resilient economy. As advisors, we work with corporates and financial institutions on net zero and nature positive strategies. And as investors, we invest in natural capital and nature-based solutions, including through our joint venture with HSBC called Climate Asset Management. Some of the work that we've done in the blue economy space that will be relevant for the purpose of this panel includes the development of Delta Blue Carbon, which is the world's largest mangrove restoration project. We're working with policymakers and global organizations such as WEF on the development of high integrity principles for biodiversity markets. And we are also the strategic advisor to Gaia, which is a large blended finance vehicle focused on delivering climate adaptation in emerging markets.
Wonderful.
So, Michelle, if you allow me, can I wear the hat of an investor and a project developer who has the potential of buying some of these technologies?
Absolutely. Next, we have Romain Renou, Executive Director of the MedFund, coming to us straight from Monaco, who serves as an expert. Romain?
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Monseigneur. Yeah, the conservation, the Met Fund, sorry, is a conservation trust fund. So basically, we are a financial mechanism that supports marine protected areas' effectiveness in the Mediterranean Sea. So Conservation Trust Fund, what we do is that we raise funds, we invest funds on following a blue and green investment policy, and we use the products in order to support marine protected areas across the Mediterranean region. And it has been initiated under the leadership of Monseigneur by Monaco, France, and Tunisia some years ago.
Wonderful. Next, we have Neil Tinmuth, CEO of Monaco Ocean, coming to us from London, who wears the hat of an innovator.
So my background is about 20 years in the marine sector, mainly in hydrographic surveying and marine geology. I actually got into uncrewed surface vessels here in Monaco in 2016 with the launch of SEBA 2030 and the Shallow Ocean Discovery X Prize competition. I was fortunate enough to be here when they were announced and entered a team of my alumni from the Jeprico Nippon Foundation into the Shallow Ocean Discovery X Prize, and that team went on to win, which was a great experience, but started me thinking, what is the real opportunity of using robotics in the marine environment, and how can we use it for conservation to build scalable technologies?
Wonderful. Next, we have Chiara Petrioli, founder of WSense, coming to us from Rome, and wears the hat of an innovator.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the invitation. My background is that of a scientist. So I've been a full professor at Sapienza University and lab director for many years, even vice rector. But then a decade ago, I got passionate about solving one of the key challenges that I think we have in front of us. So getting really data from the water column, from the underwater environment, and transforming data into information. And I realized, having this kind of a background, that this gap is due to the fact that while we can use Wi-Fi in our environments, we don't have an underwater Wi-Fi, and it's extremely challenging to communicate underwater. It's unreliable based on traditional technologies, and we had to come up with completely different solutions. And we have done it. We have patented solution on how to build underwater wireless mesh networks, which means multi-hop communication of data. And based on this, we can connect everything which is underwater. So underwater drones, sensors, actuators, even divers. And then we can also connect sensors, right? So we build underwater Internet of Things. So nodes that can go to 300 meters, in what we are releasing this year, even to 3,000 meters, and giving real-time data as underwater wireless observatories. We connect over 20 different sensor vendors, so we reason on the sense data, and so we transform data into information. To make an example, we have the Pelagos here, and we would like to know, based on the discussion going on at the Ocean Week, what's happening and what is the best policy to apply, as well as the level of noise, for instance. How can we do it? Unfortunately, we are blind underwater. But now, thanks to these technologies, a company like WSense, which is now 50 people, fast growing, having done a Series A, can transmit information in real time when there is a marine mammals to the surface and through the internet, letting us know when there some kind of activities can impair the life underwater. And we have applications from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where we are monitoring the first marine protected area, to MPAs in Italy.
Wonderful. And our last introduction is with Nick Wise, founder and CEO of Ocean Mind, coming to us from the UK as an innovator.
Hi, my background is in computer science and technology, mostly big data systems and AI. So I've been building hyperscale software solutions for about 25 years. And in the past 10 years, that's all been focused on global ocean health. And so that's how Ocean Mind came to exist.
Wonderful. Let's get started with some questions here. And funding is a really important piece of MPAs. And if we need to move beyond paper parks, we need monitoring, surveillance, and that's why I want to come to Romain, who leads the Med Fund. Can you tell us about it? And can you tell us, from funding MPAs and actually giving the money to managers, what are some challenges and what are some opportunities?
Yes, thank you, Michel. Yes, you said it. I think our mission is really to turn paper parks into effective marine protected areas that deliver ecological but also socio-economic benefits. So I think one of the most important points is to really support the day-to-day operation of managing MPA, which is allowing surveillance, sometimes in huge marine protected areas, probably on the sea, but maybe down under also the sea to see what is happening. So the surveillance is key. This is number one. Then I would say that scientific monitoring is also very important, just to make sure that actually the conservation status of the ecosystems that we are protecting are improving thanks to this marine protected area system. So this is also very key. Then we have some governance issues because the marine protected areas are shared by different stakeholders. Could be like for fishermen, could be of course touristic operation, coastal communities, but they are also home of biodiversity. So all those different aspects need to be shared and discussed within broad governance systems. Though this is all those kind of activities that we support, and we also try to convert unsustainable activities into more sustainable activities, especially for fishing, of course. Mm-hmm. So those are the main challenges that marine protected areas managers are facing on a day-to-day life, and the funds support them, supply grants in order for them to really operate over the long term, because conservation takes time, right? So it's not happening in a couple of years, so it takes time, so we need investment for the long term. And this is or the idea behind this financial mechanism is to be a sustainable financial mechanism that is able to really provide funding for long-term staff on the ground.
Right. And can you reiterate for us for the Med Fund, what's unique about that? How does it bring together funding to provide funding for management?
Yeah, well, I sometimes say that we are building bridges between science and finance, between finance and conservation, and also building bridges between shores of the Mediterranean Sea, the east shore, the south shore, and the north shores. And what is maybe special about the Med Fund is its endowment fund, meaning that we invest a certain amount of money following, as I say, the green and blue investment policy. So we are really picky when it comes to financial products we invested in. And then we are using the financial products that is generated by those investments to support the day-to-day operational of marine protected areas. So this is the whole idea behind the Med Fund. It's like a virtuous circle. Mm-hmm. We do support MPAs on the ground, but at the same time, we are part of the blue economy because we do invest in blue economy companies.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And that's a good segue to financial instruments. And I'm going to come to you for the types of financial instruments available to help accelerate innovations and what will specifically be relevant for these types of startups that are very technology heavy.
Thanks, Michelle. I will frame my response in the context of the report which we developed for the Sustainable Markets Initiative last year in collaboration with Barclays and HSBC. As Gerard Mathieu mentioned this morning, it's a practitioner guide which helps commercial investors understand how they can start financing coastal nature-based solutions. Without going into too much detail, there are probably three important takeaways for our panel. The first one, and that's a recurrent theme from all the panels up to now, investing in coastal nature-based solutions and supporting technology requires patient capital. There is a need for significant investment in building the enabling environment in terms of market standards, in terms of legal frameworks that allow the monetization of the benefits that these projects deliver. Having said that, there are examples of successful, commercially successful coastal MBS projects, and oftentimes, these projects will rely on bundling different revenue streams. Blue carbon credits is the most established and reliable revenue stream, but we are seeing project proponents starting to tap into alternative revenue streams, such as payments for ecosystem services, such as sustainable aquaculture, such as ecotourism. So the technology that has to support these project proponents will therefore have to be able to cater to a lot of different use cases and different revenue streams, which adds a layer of complexity. And then the final takeaway is, despite the nascency of the market, there are strong signals that the market has the potential to develop into investment asset class. In the report, we present an exhaustive overview of the financial instruments that are available to finance different stages of the project lifecycle. The main takeaway is that coastal nature-based solutions and blue economy as a whole is emerging as an investment thematic across asset classes. In the debt capital market, we see a significant increase in the issuance of blue bonds. Some of you may be aware that ICMA published last year blue bond guidance, which outlines what constitutes eligible activities and what are the use of proceeds requirements. This is a significant market development. It indicates that blue bonds are becoming an established subset of sustainable finance. In the equity space, we have a tenfold increase in natural capital funds, nature tech funds, carbon finance funds, all dedicated to channeling capital in nature-based solutions or nature tech. A lot of these funds are impact-oriented, long tenure funds, or they are blended finance vehicles that use concessionary capital to attract commercial investors.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anna. So we have a challenge and an opportunity as we scale to 30% of the oceans. We need solutions to monitor, to surveillance, and also maybe enforcement as well. And we have some technology innovations. So let's get a little bit of a deep dive on what each of these solutions do. And we're going to start with Aqua Ocean.
Yeah, so Aqua is developing a uncrewed surface vessel, very much like Saildrone, if you were listening to the previous presentation. Essentially, it's developing something that is scalable and deployable around the world. We're looking at real-world open ocean conditions. I think where we differentiate ourselves from a lot of other players in the market, because it is a growing market and there's a lot of interest in the uncrewed surface vessel, is we have realized that after operating USVs for about 7 years, realized that some of the biggest challenges comes with the entire notion of an uncrewed surface vessel is you've taken a very big boat and you made it very small to be able to reduce costs. And anybody who's been at sea on a small boat knows it doesn't really handle very well. Data collection doesn't last. If you're doing surveillance, if you can imagine a mast on a vessel that's 5 meters, you're going to move, your movement increases significantly as the vessel bobs up and down, and that's not very efficient. So we've spent the last 2 years developing a concept that's based on a swath vessel. It's a small waterplane area twin hull. It is be able to build it at a 13.5 by 9 meter size, so we reduce the cost, but it has the proven performance of a 36 to 40 meter vessel. So you can actually operate and collect data in real world conditions. And this is really, really important, because if we want to do enforcement, surveillance, data collection in the open ocean, we can't be just going out for 50 days, 100 days a year. We need to be out there persistently. People talk about persistence from an endurance perspective, but it's also about the your operational availability. So that's what we enable. The other novel thing about our technology is we've developed a hydrogen powertrain to power our vessel. It decreases zero emissions, but it also has some additional benefits from acoustic signatures and the likes. So what we really offer as a company is we're a platform as a service. We realize that this is a multi-stakeholder problem. There is government agencies from navies to fisheries to coast guards to environmental services, water quality. They all need basically a presence at sea, and they all need a platform to deploy their sensors on. And that is what we're building out to be that platform for people to enable them to collect the data and scale scale the amount of data collection.
Wonderful. And let's hear from Ocean Mind.
So Ocean Mind has been ensuring the sanctity of marine protected areas since around 2015. Indeed, our analysis was part of the case for establishing the 4 million square kilometres of UK Blue Belt network. And so that's some of the world's most remote and pristine locations. We're using satellites, remote sensing, and artificial intelligence to understand what people are doing on the ocean, and then we help the regulators stop people doing bad things. So in the context of marine protected areas, this means we'll use all available surveillance techniques to detect activities within marine protected areas. We'll use technology to sort and filter the data so that we can then understand potential non-compliance, and then we'll construct concise and actionable intelligence for regulators to act upon. We also support the law enforcement process through international diplomacy, information sharing between authorities, and then collaboration with Interpol. Our data sources include things like satellite images, satellite radar, infrared imaging, radio frequency detection. We use unmanned aerial and surface drones, static sensors, and then open data from ports and public bodies, and then a range of commercial and proprietary and government data. Of course, this body of data is far too big for humans to look at manually, and so we use artificial intelligence to find the suspected non-compliance, and then our team of analysts will investigate. The analyst team works with officials to deliver intelligence training and capacity building so that authorities are then able to enforce effectively themselves. And we then place our staff on their team so that we understand their needs and objectives and help them select the best technologies and practices to be successful in their own unique context. And I would say with the advancements over the past 5 years, there is no reason any park needs to be a paper park.
Nice. And we'll come to WSense. Kara, if there's anything that you want to add or reiterate about WSense, we'd love to hear it.
Yes, basically WSense brings this monitoring capability to the underwater environment. So we are used to having surface vessels, we've seen a lot of technology or using satellite, but we cannot penetrate the underwater environment. Instead, what we have built are kind of underwater wireless multi-parametric observatories. You can really plug in through an underwater switch different vendors' sensors, so you can monitor water quality, but also connect hydrophones to listen, give voice to the ocean, okay? And video camera, so you can take a snapshot and send it through the underwater wireless network to the surface in real time. So we see, finally, this environment. And knowledge, I was listening to Sylvia Earle yesterday, knowledge is key. Because when we know that something is happening in real time, first of all, we can optimize all the other systems. We can optimize satellite observation, we can call drones with specific payloads. And second, we can also raise the awareness, because nowadays we are actually polluting, we are creating problems to mammals with noise, but people don't know. Don't know even that when we do construction, we are generating noise. This amount of data that now we enable, they can raise awareness and allow all of us to act better to protect marine protected areas, but in general, marine life.
Wonderful. Let's go into each of the innovations and talk a little bit about the business model and what funding has looked like so far. And we're going to have our experts weigh in to ask some questions here as well. We'll start with Aqua Ocean.
Sure. So our business model is platform as a service, as I mentioned, offering the platform and the operation of the vessel, whereby various stakeholders can deploy their sensors as needed into an operational environment. We also have a sales model that is to areas that do not want to allow somebody else to operate the vessels. Funding to date, we've been very fortunate to have some really great investors, impact investors like Catapult Ocean, Blue Action Labs, who are very focused in the marine space. It's really great to work with those type of investors. But where a lot of our capital has come from is actually from government funding. We work in a space around decarbonization of the marine sector. We work in artificial intelligence, and we work in environmental impact and offshore energy. So these are highly topical subjects. So there's been a lot of government funding. I think we've received over $5 million in government funding from the UK to help us develop just to where we're getting.
Wonderful. Maybe, Romain, I'll come to you in terms of whether you want to wear your funding hat or your management hat. A solution like Aqua, what are your questions?
I'm the MPA guy, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Makes me a little bit younger. No, I think that the main question is, of course, the cost. Because for the Mediterranean Sea, for example, we have around 8% of the Mediterranean Sea that is covered by marine protected areas, and we need to reach 30% by 2030. So there is a huge need for more and better marine protected areas, this is for sure. But we have also to have in mind that most marine protected areas, 87% of MPAs in the Mediterranean Sea are located in the North Shores. So we need to really prioritize the work that will be done in the next year in the south and east shores of the Mediterranean. And governmental funding is quite scarce there when it comes to environment, and when it comes to marine environment is even less easy to get. So my concern about that is a concern about the cost, one, and the second point is the transfer of technology. I think, Nick, you addressed this point. How can we make sure that the people on the ground, the staff of the MPA, will be trained, will be able to maintain those systems, and also will be able to afford the maintenance of those systems?
That is a great question, and I think we should actually go across the panel to maybe have that answered, and we'll start with Aqua Ocean. The cost?
Sure, I mean, operating the ocean is not a cheap thing. I think that's one of the biggest challenges, is that to put a platform out there that is capable is going to be expensive. How we see it is about the value you create. So a lot of people go towards, if we buy a smaller, cheaper platform, then that's more affordable. But ultimately, if you're operating in 50 days a year with that asset, compared to an asset that's maybe 3 times the price but can operate 300 days a year, the value that you can get from that is significantly more. I think it's also understanding where the leverage points are in value. So being able to work across multiple stakeholders, understanding where those budgets come from, because it's not all from one budget for an MPA enforcement and data collection, being able to leverage those multi-stakeholder amounts of funds. And then being able to take a look at some of the other leverage points that we can work with regarding how do we actually enable more surveillance, or can we move towards autonomy, where you're actually at the moment in uncrewed vessels, it's a lot of personnel. Uncrewed vessels are now remotely operated. Nothing is fully autonomous. And I don't think there will be anything fully autonomous because of regulatory reasons for the next 10, 15, 20 years. But if we move towards swarm-based operations where we can actually further decrease it, so about a third of the cost of an autonomous vessel operation is the personnel. If those same people are overseeing 5 vessels, you can decrease the cost further. I think it's really about identifying where those leverage points drive down the cost whilst adding that value.
I'd be curious to hear from Chiara.
Yes, first of all, where we are. We have an industrialized solution since 3 years now, so we have deployed in 25 sites from northern Norway in polar regions to Mediterranean to Red Sea. So based on this, what have we learned? We have developed the Internet of Underwater Things, to this sensing technology that you can deploy based on experience with salmon farmers in Norway, to make it usable by everyone, because usability is number one, okay? At the same time, we have changed something in terms of lifetime. So we have developed solutions that transmit sustainably below the thresholds in terms of emission. When we use acoustic, we use multi-frequency acoustic and wireless optical communication to be sustainable. At the same time, we actually have developed solutions where we provide turnkey services to non-marine protected areas. So we really provide the installation, and because it's super low power, it can last for years, potentially, without going there and recharging. You get the data in real time, and what you need to do is that you need to look at the web interface and possibly send commands to request a different kind of information. So we have been working exactly on this because, you know, we cannot change reality. Even if you can train, marine protected areas don't have enough personnel. So we need to provide a simple alarm system, the same we have in our own homes.
All right. Nick?
So I think satellite surveillance is probably one of the lower cost mechanisms for supporting enforcement. not least because with the European Space Agency, there's quite a lot of free data that can be drawn upon. But of course, every MPA's context is different, so in some cases you need commercial data, and in some cases you don't. So it is very much dependent on the particular objectives of the marine protected areas to the level of cost involved. But the real driver down of cost is working at scale. And so if you can deploy compute and satellite capabilities, and you can bulk purchase data, and then you can run AI across broader data sets, then the total aggregate cost across individual marine protected areas is lower. And so we focused on building a facility that can work globally, and then we can amortize some of the big fixed costs across all of the different sites around the world.
Great.
If I can simply say, something on scalability, it's key that to reduce the costs, we need to scale up these technologies. Okay, so there is an industrial readiness, but costs will go down once we scale up to tens of thousands of devices that are deployed. So actually implementing this technology is the key to make it affordable globally, even in areas that can have less resources. And this actually, it's something we also are very happy that we are supported by impact investors. With our round, the Series A was supported by Swan Capital Partners, but also we are an uplink top innovators. This has started giving visibility to these technologies since last year when we won the Ocean Data Challenge. And this, I think, is generally true for this technology. Price will go down. Even Wi-Fi at the beginning was costing several thousand euros, but now it's affordable to everybody.
Right. So Anna, I'm going to come to you, whether you want to wear your expert and funding hat or project originator hat. What questions do you have for these solutions?
I will probably wear the project proponent hat because it's something that we haven't heard a lot in the panels today. If you think about a nature-based solution project, we're talking about projects predominantly done in emerging markets and predominantly done by indigenous people and communities. They are the stewards of these habitats. They're also the primary economic beneficiaries. They obviously need a technology that would enable them to measure and verify the activities that they do. But when we talk about affordability, oftentimes we're talking about government spending, defense budgets being a massively big source of income. How do you see your technologies becoming accessible and affordable to project proponents?
My case, I think it's both a question of cost of technology, so we are already are prepared to scale up, and then we know that you can reduce of several factors the cost, and we already have reduced the cost of this technology of one order of magnitude in the design phase. And then it's a question also of service model, right? So the fact that you can, for instance, we are proposing in some areas to rent or we are using a multi-stakeholder approach so that we split the cost of what is the monitoring infrastructure among different stakeholders. At the same time, it could be applied not everywhere. For instance, we were talking before about blue carbon sink. I think it's a question of validating the methodology to be able to apply it. Once you have enough representative sites, you have the information that methodology can also be applied safely in different environments.
I think in our case, it's comparing it to what the alternative is. I mean, if you're looking at a crewed vessel, that can be $30,000, $50,000 a day. If you're operating an uncrewed vessel at $3,000 to $5,000 a day, it's a huge cost saving. That's a scalable solution. And again, if you split that cost against multiple stakeholders and they don't each have to deploy a vessel, that means maybe we can go from 1 or 2 vessels offshore to 20 vessels. Collect more data, provide better enforcement and security for the area. So I think it is the natural point of uncrewed surface vessels is to decrease the cost. Is that affordable for small island nation or developing nations? At this point, not. But this is, I think, where the interesting point around catalytic capital is coming through, where can we raise money, then be able to generate some sort of blue bond or blue carbon credit that can actually be use to offset that cost in the future.
And we have like 1 or 2 minutes left, but I think it's also important to highlight that MPA is one use of the technology. Maybe reiterate, like, what are some other uses of the technology that you're seeing? And maybe, Nick, I'll come to you.
Well, we were talking in the context of 30 by 30, but of course the Global Biodiversity Framework really looks to the High Ambition Coalition of 100% EEZ management. And of course, it's pointless having your marine protected areas if you then don't manage the rest of your EEZ. So what we need is scalable solutions that help support the 100% management. And so that links to the previous question as well, because this is a systems problem. And the biggest threat to coastal communities tends to be industrial fishing, not the communities themselves. And so there needs to be a way by which the enforcement practices can actually help keep the industrial fishing offshore, while also supporting small-scale fisheries with things like market access and verification. And so these things actually all come together within this sort of systems concept.
Please.
You know, I was thinking about something that could link all of us, you know. I think that what we really need to prove is that investing in marine protected area is really worth the try, because marine protected area is not only about, you know, protecting biodiversity, of course it does, but it also protecting fish stocks. So there is a question of food security. So if we want government but also private sector to invest more, we have all of us to really show that investing in marine protected area is really worth a try. It's also a way to protect our coastline. It's also a way to support carbon sinks. So that's why I think your technology are really key, because we need more, as I say, marine protected area. We need better marine protected area. But for this, we have to convince, you know, a lot of political leaders that is worth the try. And we need more investment, because as you said, managing or protecting the ocean is quite expensive.
It is. I apologize, we are at time, but I think it was a good positive note that Romain kind of ended us at. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to our panelists.
Much, Michelle, thank you. Thank you to all of our panelists for that look at MPAs. Thank you. Thank you again. So we're almost at the end of this Ocean Innovators Platform. It has been an incredible jam-packed day full of inspiring discussions, exchanges, all in the hopes of furthering ocean innovation. We're going to close the OIP today with a wrap-up session with some of our partners. Would you please welcome with me now Pierre Vigo from the Solar Impulse Foundation, Stephen Murphy from Climate Impact, Daniela Fernandez from Sustainable Ocean Alliance, and Alexei Groskopf, founder and member of the Steering Committee 1000 Ocean Startups Coalition. Welcome. Here, Alexei, go there. There we go. All right, so we want to get your key takeaways from this OIP. Alexei, I'm going to start with you as co-host of the Ocean Innovators Platform. What struck you the most?
Thank you very much. I have my notes because I'm going to try to tie my remarks to what happened today. Olivier, you started us off talking about system change and the need of private sector to be involved in that change. And I agree with you. You'll be happy to learn. I believe that we need to shift things from within. Shifting things from within means leveraging the system that pours naturally fertilizer, and by fertilizer I mean the one that comes in the shape and form of green bills, onto whatever derives economic value. So if we tie ocean, environmental, broadly speaking, impact and social values to social impact to those economic values, will grow the difference, leveraging the system to shift its thing, and fix it by leveraging the system that caused the problem. And I think Albert Einstein will disagree with me, but the times have changed. But it's not enough to just say it, we need to act. So the investors in the room, you guys are what you invest in. The business owners in the room, you are also defined by how you run your operations. We've learned that to end the plastic crisis, we need to phase out of fossil fuel, so we need to design business operations that phases out of fossil fuel. We've heard that to reduce the perceived risk in investment, we need to build a relationship. We've heard it with Mohammed and the Aquaspark Fund. So we need to start connecting and building trust. But we've also heard from Robin that we're entering a spiral of crisis between El Niño and La Niña. And we know that in crisis time, we turn to individualism. But the solution is within collectivism, the opposite of individualism. And the ocean impact innovation ecosystem has been emerging for only a few years. It's been a very welcoming one, a friendly and supportive one. And we need to foster this. We need to keep this spirit as we grow. And this is what we're getting, this is what we're coming to here for, right? The spirit of the Monaco Ocean Week, Monseigneur Olivier Romain, is one of coming together and supporting each other. And that's the mission of 1000 Ocean Startups, the co-host of this event. And we want to foster that. And we have Ingrid here from Catapult Ocean and Ted Janilis from Investable Oceans that are incredible leaders that are leading us through this journey of collectivism. They're your best point of entry if you're entering the ocean impact space. And I would like to thank you, Monseigneur, Olivier, Romain, Ron, and the organization team for keeping that spirit alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexei. Pierre from the Solar Impulse Foundation, how about you?
Hi, thank you everyone, and thank you again to the foundation, Monseigneur, for inviting us today. I have a few notes as well because it's been a great day and a few takeaways that I got from the different panels. I think we're still using technologies from the past. We've heard it. A lot of great technologies, great solutions exist, but they lack funding, they lack support. So I think, yeah, unfortunately, we're still using technologies from the past, but we have the ones that we need for the future. And I think we heard also that investors were interested by these solutions. And so I think it's a great sign. Second takeaway was a takeaway coming from Billy from Kentra that was explaining that, yes, I have an interesting solution and it can reduce plastic pollution, but my competitors are commoditized products. So I need to be, of course, I am attractive because my solution is more sustainable, but I also need to be cost effective. Otherwise, I'm never going to be where I want to be in the future. And last but not least, I think it's also a change of mindset that we need to undertake, and that's what Bertrand Picard from the Solar Impulse Foundation tries to also share to the different actors and stakeholders. This is an opportunity and not only a crisis. Of course it is a crisis, but it's an opportunity for a lot of different stakeholders, and that's why we need to focus on. Because as you know, Bertrand Picard and the Solar Impulse Foundation, we have the mission to identify clean tech solutions. We have a bit more than 1,500 now that we try to push to the market through access to capital, access to market with public and private partners. And we actually recently launched a platform for innovators like we saw today that collects their funding needs and put them in touch directly with investors that we also heard today that are ready to invest in these clean tech solutions. So feel free to reach out after this event, and thank you very much again, Monseigneur and the Foundation for this great day.
Pierre, thank you very much. Let's hear now from Climate Impact with Stephen.
Bonjour, thank you very much. My name's Stephen Murphy from Climate Impact. I'm fully aware that I'm an Irishman in between everybody and the bar, so I'll keep it very efficient. My three quick takeaways, firstly, is on the power of storytelling. So we've heard from some amazing scientists and engineers today, and I think we need to really elevate the voice of these people and communicate their technologies. I find a lot of climate activists can be quite, pessimistic maybe, but the climate technology entrepreneurs I get to work with, it's a very optimistic outlook, and I think that's really powerful. I used to work at National Geographic, where I helped some of the biggest companies in the world talk about what they were doing from a sustainability point of view. But the reality, which leads me on to my second point, which is the importance of innovation, that innovation really comes from the entrepreneurs, not from the big companies. And now with Climate Impact, we help these entrepreneurs through a series. We run 40 events a year to connect entrepreneurs with investors across all sectors within climate technology. And then my third point was on building communities, which is what we do at Climate Impact. And circling back to what Olivier was talking about, building coalitions is so important. Amazing job that the team has done to bring so many innovators here today. I've met people at pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B, so great job. And then just quickly, a quick ask and an offer. My ask is, from a communications point of view, to help raise the profile. It's really great for people who can share on social media what's happening in this room. There's only 200 people here. We need to shout about this to raise awareness around ocean technologies. And then my offer is that we're putting on a conference in 2 months in London. We'll have around 500 of Europe's leading climate tech entrepreneurs and investors. So to any entrepreneurs in the room that want to join, would like a free pass, you're very welcome. Just look out for me. So thanks very much.
That's great, Stephen. Thank you. And finally, Daniela from Sustainable Ocean Alliance.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Serene Highness, for being here and for just being a champion for our ocean. There's not many world leaders out there who take the stage to truly uplift the needs that we have. And thank you to the foundation for our partnership. I'd like to share a couple takeaways and also give an announcement at the very end. But the first takeaway, and I hope that you all feel this, we need to just light a fire in all of us because the urgency is real. All of these innovators are seeking capital not just to make money. They're seeking capital to make a true difference in saving our ocean and our planet. There have been $3 trillion of investment annually that goes towards nature negative investments, and a mere $200 million that goes towards ocean and nature positive investments. That gap that exists is so critical, and we're nowhere near filling it. So I really do advocate for the investors in the room to be ambitious, act with urgency, and make substantial investments. We have 56 companies in our portfolio that are wasting their time chasing investments, chasing $1 million, $2 billion checks, instead of working on actually building their solutions and scaling them. So I think that's the first point, the urgency of time. The second point, we absolutely require catalytic collaboration. The success of one startup in any of our portfolios means that we're collectively going to win. So we're not going to be able to solve governmental partnerships, pilot corporate partnerships, or education on our own. We truly need all of us collective to come together and find ways to support the ecosystem. Lastly, we need to bring more capital that's not already in the room into this conversation. We need to bring climate, shipping, all the different industries that are not in this room as part of the narrative. Also, there's a lot of old money out there. When I speak with millennial investors, they get it. They understand impact investing, but their families, they don't understand. So how can we bring more of those diverse entities into these conversations to accelerate that capital that we so desperately need? So those are my three takeaways. And lastly, I want to share an announcement from Sustainable Ocean Alliance. And to give some context, we built the world's first ever Ocean Accelerator program. Since then, it's been 10 years in the making. We have accelerated 56 ocean companies. We also have the largest network of young ocean leaders in the world in over 168 countries. And we've realized that we have a series of mentors in our network, a series of partners, opportunities. And we now are launching the C program, which is Sustainable Ocean Alliance Ecopreneur Activate. So we're opening up to government partners, to incubators, accelerators to have access to the network we have built so that no one is doing this from scratch. You don't need to go and build your own mentor network or your own investor network. You can access our network as part of our partnership. So I really hope that our effort to open up our network and our platform can enable a lot more entrepreneurs globally and regionally to scale their efforts because we desperately need them to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniela. So now I'll just say a big thank you again to all of you for your support in this year's Ocean Innovators Platform. Thank you, of course, to our partners, Solar Impulse Foundation, Climate Impact, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, as well as Barclays Monaco, Builders Vision, and Unaterra. Thank you as well to our co-hosts, the 1000 Ocean Startups Coalition, and to Olivier Vendin and Romain Ciarrier and the whole Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. Let's give them a round of applause. The organization was extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this Ocean Innovators Platform. Thank you so much for your energy and for your enthusiasm here today. Now it is your chance to talk about everything that we've talked about today at the cocktail. I also invite you again, if you didn't have a chance, to go check out our featured innovators over in the exhibitors corner. Monseigneur, I invite you to go take a look. It's very interesting. And with that, I will say enjoy your evening, everyone. See you next year.